Apologize. Thank you so much.
La 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 la.
And it goes like, watch out, 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 the furious. Straight from the straight from the get back. Straight from the straight from the back again with that. Straight from the straight from the get back. Straight from the what's up, brother? Watch out. Watch out. Watch out.
Here we got.
Watch out. Watch out. Watch out. Watch out. Watch out.
Voila.
Watch out, the furious.
We well, le tots come to socks, le fuck yeah.
What's that? Focus.
Straight from the straight from the
Bit of sharpen. Here we are, here we go, man.
Soxygamer is now live. Go check him out and follow for best spot. Follow go to fuckea.com.
Hey. Can't say fuck EA. Come on, man. Come on, man. It's not very nice.
LOL. Cam, follow him.
Cam. Cam. Will you follow me, man? Cam. Oh.
Jim.
Don't have my weights yet, but I can still do mid-ball. Know what I mean? Know what I mean? Focus! Ah. Ah.
I went to Japan today. Love that game.
Ooh. Oof. Oof. Yeah.
It only hurts when you're saying things I know you don't mean. And I can make something work if you ain't working with me. I can't believe you would believe you're always my baby, please. It only hurts.
There we go. Hey.
You play with my mind, then you think it's fine. You cross the line. It only hurts me when you play with my mind. Don't even see that you've been crossing the line. So far so good as long as you think it's fine. You crossing the line. It only hurts when you're saying things I know you don't mean. And I can make something work if you ain't working with me. I can't believe you would believe you're always my baby, please. It only hurts. It only
Uploaded some Battlefield videos. They're popping off, mate. Popping off, mate. Did you see? On Discord.
That chopper one.
I need to add some more music to it and stuff. Shorts. Chopper fail 1.8k. Yes, it's crazy. Waldy got hit. Waldy died. $1.7K. Crazy. Crazy. These ones didn't do so well. I don't think I put tags on these ones. Cool. Yeah, I think I put tags on them except for the last two. Yeah, I put at Battlefield, so let's change that up. Oh, the chopper failed. This might boost it a little bit.
Did my thing come up on chopper fail?
What is that? Did you comment? Ship 64, man. Where's the tags? Show more. I don't think I put tags in the other ones. Double check. See if that boosts it. We'll check these ones. What did I do on these ones? Oh, I just put Battlefield and Battlefield. Oh, shorts. No tags. Wow. Battlefield and Battlefield. So that was chopper fail without the tags at all.
LOL.
Wow. What did you post? What did Pete post? You do a comment? Was that you? Oh my god, Pete.
Don't know why it come up as that.
Is that your name though? That's your name. That's your @ symbol. You gotta change your @ symbol. You can do it in your settings. Pete! 8 years ago, Pete, is your cover video.
Okay.
Yeah, where do you change it? Go to
LOL.
go to your channel. Go customize. Shit. Yeah, there. At sign. So your channel and then customize channel. Should be able to change your at in there. See, I put on my Ubisoft stuff at the top of my page. Very cool. Who is she? Mate!
Upload a short for you.
Mate!
Should I put music over it or just leave it as as is?
I just uploaded as is. I don't know what music you can use.
I'm gonna upload the Jet one.
Oh yeah! Look at the Ronaldo one, tricky. 1.5k. Man! Crazy! What's going on, bro?
Public location. See us.
I guess I can I'll probably use Monster Cat music.
Location. There you go. Location. Eggs and Bacon Bay. Apparently that's in Taz.
Is it?
Yeah.
Is it north or south? Never been there.
Is this made for kids? No.
Kids start watching it. Oh, for fuck's sake!
Related video. This is broken penalty shootout. Oh god.
Can we just do penalties? Friendlies? That'd be cool.
Give me.
1v1s, just penalties.
I think there is a way, isn't there?
Must be.
Caption. What should I make the caption? Soxy needs a hero.
Pete to the rescue.
Soxy needs a hero.
Pete. Pilot Pete, rescue.
Soxy needs a hero.
Pistol Pilot Pete, rescue.
Where do I put the tags?
I think you gotta show more.
Where's the
I didn't put any on one. I just put at Battlefield and hashtag
I'm doing it
Battlefield.
on the phone. Can just edit it later on the computer. Soxy needs a hero. Where's the? There you go. Upload.
Can be my hero, baby. Can take away my pain. There you go. There's your song. Copyright. So like the original. Copyright.
Make your own version then.
Ice cream for dinner.
What I think it is. Ooh.
Is that your first
Mine.
short?
I got a few more. Broken penalty shootout. Remember when the penalties were broken?
Oh yeah.
FC 24. I'll have never gonna give you up playing in the background.
Beat Friday the 13th game 7 years ago. Beat.
Well, that's my last video. Live stream of the raids. No Man Pine.
Hang on,
Raid
mate.
with general high ping.
Get you a couple more
Ghostbusters.
follows, mate. Couple more subs. Got a couple of counts.
Ref takes out the card. What's this corner kick?
Soxy Sports. Gotcha, mate. Gotcha.
These boys. Oh, Among Us with Maggot and Ranger's faces there, covering the code.
What quality is that video? Was it my internet? I think it was my internet. Oh yeah, mine's on low. I got it on low. I don't need to watch myself. Here he comes. Got him.
Gums.
Headshot with a plane.
Hey. What's going on there, mate?
That's amazing. It's amazing.
It's me lives. Short serve. Oh.
You can hear the girl in the background. That's amazing. Whatever you're watching. It's amazing.
I don't have this unlisted one of. Oh, somebody got killed. Oh. Why is it unlisted?
Amazing. Get it out there, mate. You never know.
Oh, there you go. There's one coming out soon. So I'm on a computer. What am I doing? What am I doing? This computer. Studios, is it? Load up the EA as well. Like. Content.
Oh, I didn't like it yet.
Unlisted. Public. Trolling teammates. Oh, 3 comments. I wonder who those could be.
Anyway.
Soxy Sports. Oh, what's this one? Soxy True Crime.
Yeah, I was gonna do true crime videos.
Soxy Sports. Am I sub to that? Yes, I am.
Let me ask you this.
When this kid stepped up, when this kid,
The broken penalty one did well. It's got 117 views.
Oh.
What's this? February
How many
10th.
views? How many views has the plain one got now? Does it count if I just keep watching it?
I'll have a refresh. 7. All comments. Who commented there? Angry Panda scored. Yeah. Got a sub. No. How does it count? I got a sub to.
Yeah, I haven't done that channel, but done much on that channel.
What other clips do I have in here? I've got some of these screenshots.
Ah! What do you got, screenshots? I want to work on my thumbnails, Pete. Can I do daily videos, FC? Like foot accountant?
yes. Oh, I still got the penalty shootout video on there. Oh, it's in full. Excellent. One of the ones that are fighting here. Check the filter this hammer to I saw this video yesterday, so where this guy was stuck in traffic and the car in front was transporting a porta potty. So his passenger was like squirt and he jumped in the back. He's taking a shit while the car was moving.
Oh. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's cool. Oh, I must have downloaded it twice.
Oh, what are we doing here, guys? What are we doing here?
Oh yes, of course, that one. Don't make a favour of that one.
Finally, I did it. 30 goals, 30 own goals, then 15 goals in extra time. Okay, man. Get good, mate. Only took me fucking 20 tries. Didn't take it. Ames kid, what's up, mate? Again. Welcome. Oh, training camp? We got 2? What the fuck? How can we put that in? No cam, no party. That's right. No cam, no party. Oh, I don't know what I'm doing, man. What am I doing? No cam, no party. Ah, I got cramp in my little finger.
I did a party with Cam, but there's a left on here.
Ah!
Oh yes, there we go. That's another one. I still got the clip of me crushing Cam with a tank. An airdrop.
You see the wildy one? Look, it's like looking up with a chopper bike and dead.
And
He's like, oh, I was going to see if he'd die or not. I lost it. Oh, I'm on 199.
where's I swear I've launched the game already, EA. Where's my game? Are you done?
Stumper on 110. 111. Stumper.
Pumper.
What speed on? Speed hasn't been on.
What?
Hasn't been on FC.
What's going on there, EA?
Oh, EA won't let him in, that's why.
Alright, play like 6 times.
It's gonna load up 6 games. Alright, let's get this going. Who else can we do? Added time in Lisbon.
Lisbon, no?
Lisbon. Right. Let's get Aussies. Set it back.
Got it into a short. Cut it down.
Jackson fits it, but it doesn't give him anything. Does it give dribble? Ah. Jackson doesn't fit. He's got too many.
Oh no.
He's got too many positions. Oh, passing. Wooscock with the passing. Oh, look at this card. A 94 Wooscock. But wait. Isn't Suda's passing terrible? What was it before? Pace shot. Gives him 8 shot, it goes up to 36. Wow! Passing plus 9. What's his passing before? 86. I want to get him a good shooting centre back though. I reckon we'll go Uscock. Uscock, mate.
Yay, why won't you load up?
Meant to be playing Battlefield, mate. If I give it to Uzcock though, he misses out on power header. He's already got 3. Misses out on intercept plus. He's already got it. Bruiser plus. He's already got it. They should have different. They should have playstyle should be separate. Evo should be just stat boosts.
To name this killing my teammate sounds pretty good. The kids probably not.
Kennedy?
Comments on.
Klua? Maybe Klua. He gets power header. Intercept plus, I think he's already got that. Yeah. Doesn't get bruiser. From an 85 team of the week to 94. Imagine. I just don't see it.
They've let me on.
Just don't see it. Nah. Happy. I want to give a Jesus. Devin! Should I just give it to like the worst centre back that we've got?
Is it a free one or?
It's a Lisbon one.
I can't remember which one it is.
Lino. A 64 with 3 playstyle pluses. Thought your card had to be a certain level to get playstyle plus. Thought they've broken all their own rules, man. No, that's not it.
Oh no. Oh, I need that laugh. Look, need that laugh.
Oh no. A mini? Ah, he's looking at too many.
Just make that the title. Oh no.
Oh no, EA's in the game.
That sound. Ooh. Can I have the oh no?
Kennedy 49 pace.
Oh no, monkey bean.
Mbappe?
Hey,
Mbappe? Mbappe or Mbappe? Oh, imagine if that other Mbappe was right wing, you'd do both of them. There he was.
oh, no, 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 no.
No. The monkey one is. Oh no! Oh no!
They didn't make it longer, so
No. What are we looking
Second.
for here? Right wing.
That's it. So she's gonna piss his pants when he sees this.
Oh, I've gone right wing and it's left wing. Duh. We'll play both.
It's not a sync, but I'll do.
Oh, and Asmo fits it. He's got 3 playstyles there. Oh my god. Can't defend, but look at that. 6-3, 5-star, 5-star. 96 sprint. 89 finishing.
Let's have a look.
99 vision, mate. He's seen through walls, mate. He's got hacks on. 93 dribble. 99 stamina.
Hacks for sure.
Got on walls, mate. With 99 vision.
What's this Lisbon one you speak of? 125k.
It's not worth it.
What's up, Socks? The I know video is up.
Is it? Where are you?
Live reaction from you.
Oh, it's not up yet.
Yeah, it says 3 seconds ago. 29 seconds ago. From this shorts. No.
Oh!
Got Sector Bravo.
Crushed him.
What's going on the next one?
Crushed him.
Gosh!
Crushed him.
Oh, nade.
How's it going?
Oh, mate!
No. There's the one killing Kane. Tank.
Here it is. No. Got him. Who's that?
Oh, Salty and what was it? Bloody
Revive
Autopine or something.
teammate.
Crushed him on the door.
Oh, there's no one there. It's invisible. Wait. Oh, Pete. Oh, I'll get copyright for that.
The penalty goal one.
Yeah, I would copyright.
Yeah.
What the hell?
No, he can't argue with that. He's been warned.
Penalty.
Penalty.
And it has been deemed a second bookable offence. His day is done, Stuart.
Well, if I was the coach, I'd have taken him off earlier. This always looked likely to happen.
44.
Getting the substitute ready, and now they will make the personnel
Shit.
change.
Copy link into the Discord. Where did Cam put all
A
his?
chance maybe to settle this. And slotted home.
Yes.
Heart might have been fluttered. It's time to be added on.
It's got everything. Oh no, that's it.
Can someone get on the end of it?
That's it.
Mode.
Mate. What a beat.
That was good. No, I just asked because I had a question. I was going to ask you what's your IG? Oh, you got a boyfriend? How long y'all been together? I thought that. You loyal, I'll make sure I tell them. Because usually, like, when I talk to girls, they be going. I'm going back this up. This ain't for me. What about the other girl on the back? I had some her.
Bumper, triple 11.
You got a boyfriend too? Alright, thank you. Chocolate chip. I'm gonna get chocolate
Soxy's
chip.
channel.
Huh? What happened?
Okay, I'm back watching your stream.
Oh. What about Lecky?
Nick,
Go to 85, but you'll have 3 playstyle pluses.
I'm gonna play some games. I haven't played any games since Saturday.
No, can't do that, Lecky. Can't do Lecky. Mary?
Mary.
Since we couldn't get a bloody tots card.
Why didn't you get it?
Still haven't got it. Thought I would have pulled it in the tots trade-ins, but nope. Oh, nice mate fits this one as well. $95 dribble. Huh? What else does it give him? 1 pace, 0 shooting, 0 agility, no playstyles. Ah, my God. Which position is that? Left wing. 91 overall. Physical is too high. 5'5" for Wilson. Mobile. Physical's too high by 2. Kill. It's 92, so it doesn't fit. Jackson. Nah. Shooting's too high. Physical's too high. Smith fits it, but he's already got 3 play. Oh, he's only got 2 playstyle pluses. You go to an 88. +4 place, 1 balance, skill moves, shooting by +5, agility 0, quick step, passing +4, ball control +8, shooting +4, reactions +2, dribbling +1.
Oh shit.
Pace 0, pass +5, composure +7.
Also sucks that training camp Evo takes 2 weeks, so you might want to put something in that if you want them
Yeah.
back
Yep.
as soon as possible.
Possible as soon. Yeah, I might go with Smith for this one. I'm trying to activate it when I'm in the stats. Good work. Done.
Nice job back.
Yeah, good job.
Pay raise.
Good job, mate. Alright, and then there is LPB. LPB. Tea and biscuits. We've got heaps. There's so many, man. Build your tops as well. I think Jackson will fit that.
Is there even any point in opening packs right now? Probably not.
Messi, Ronaldo, and the PSG players, isn't it?
Oh, true, the PSG players.
Oh, his pace is too high.
Hey, enough.
Jackson. Fuck.
Ah,
Bullshit.
by one.
A mini. So what does it give him? Pace.
Dude,
Passing.
and there's a shooting boost.
Yes, it doesn't do shooting though, does it? One shooting. Capped at 75. Gives 30 shooting, so you go to 58.
That's what Pseudo needs. Got 28.
58's still not good though. He won't get any of the playstyles. He can't get any other playstyles added on. Why can't he go to 4 playstyles? Ah, because he's got 12 already. Oh. I reckon we do with that build of tots. You can build up like a bronze, like we did for Pigman. Let's do that.
Beebit.
Beebit.
Beeman brother.
Beebit. Alright, we got here Lino. Who's someone that's actually got a good shot? Oh no one's got a good shot. 25. I was thinking about Rich. Balahu. Rich Balahu. Goes to a 94 from a bronzy. He'll get 99 physical as well because we got the 99 physical. And he's 6'5". Short passing's elite. His physical will be elite. But then he's a 94 and you can't put him in any other evos. EA.
What you want from us, EA?
It's probably best to put him to like a 91 or 92 and then they can go in other evos. But 94. What do you reckon?
Yeah, check out this new stadium I put on.
Good new stadium.
Yeah. I can't see nothing, it's all nighttime.
Oh no! That's what happened to AFL. It's like the stadium was covered in the sun. I can see anything. What do you reckon, Rich? I'm thinking either Rich or someone else.
Oh, Boulder.
Pete! It went back to my filter. What?
Yeah.
Yeah! Who's listening? Yeah! It went back to my filter. Majeka done dummy. Majeko done me. Vidma, is that the son of the Vidma? Son of?
Oh, Pete's back on the pitch and he's already scoring goals.
Hey.
From the field to the pitch. From the choppers to the ball.
What are you, K-side? To the ring, to the ring, to the ring. From the king, from the ring.
To the fuck, to the EA.
To the ding, to the bing.
To the fuck, to the EA.
No. Terrible attitude, Pete. Terrible.
Till they start behaving, that's what they're gonna get.
Terrible attitude, mate. Telling EA to fuck himself is not the way.
That's what they do to us.
Well, it's not going to help anything by being more negative. Come on, mate.
You doing?
Come on, mate.
Pete, what are you doing?
We're not going to get fucking EA partner if my people in my stream saying fuck EA. We love you, EA. Fuck EA. No, Pete.
Yeah, we'll give you
Stop.
$5 for nothing
Stop,
as a
Pete.
gift.
Stop, Pete. Pete.
This Pete guy, we like him.
Pete. Oh, Jones. What about Jones? 6-1. 6. Oh, there's Jones again. Orland. Vidmar. Paul. Good. 10. Oh, no, man. German. So let's see, 6-3. I don't know, man. Oh, they didn't keep my filter. It was just the Aussies were down the bottom.
Oh, it's keeper saving everything.
This guy's huge. 6'5". Courtney Perkins, 6'2". Iredale,
Perkins.
6. Chewin, 5'10". Janovic.
Oh, he's kept it out. How has he done it?
6'5", 99 shot power, 50 finishing. Oh ho! Imagine. We gotta pick one, Pete. And what? Do we have to do a certain order again? Not fuck it up like I did on
I'm not
Dump's
sure.
account.
Haven't really looked into it. 62. Aussie. Do I? He's done it.
Centre back. What about this guy? Let's see. I think he's 6'1". Oh, 6 foot. I want it to beat someone really tall. Natty. 5'9". 12 foot. Laws. Kinka. Shunsha. 6'2". Rich is 6'5". Was his better or was trying to pick? Yeah, we'll go big boy Rich. Stop that. We're the big boy club.
Big boy
Oh,
club.
Big boy. Can't get
Yeah,
out.
Center, there's a new big boy.
Can't move. Every time, EA.
No. Yeah, please fix this game.
They're like, you gotta play Battlefield, mate.
Oh, GTA. MMA.
Played F1 25 today. Oh.
No. Unless Soxy wants to race.
Much of the download.
Oh, when did that come out? Just a few days ago, did it?
82 gigs.
Mmm.
May 30th. Oh, yeah. Nice. Do you get to be Lewis? Can we be Lewis?
What is going on here?
Don't know, mate. You gotta go prison break. Gotta fight the
Prison break?
inmates. Oh. Imagine.
Come on, 4th playstyle plus ball deck. When Soxy only has a free one.
Well, that.
Yeah, put a on the season pass playstyle pluses on him. So he's got 4. What's his full time? Australia 1 4-1 against Argentina.
Nice.
The girls did it. They got a new head coach and they even won.
Kids by a motherfucker like Kobe Bryant, you ain't never supposed to disgrace his legacy. See, this be your problem. Y'all
Can move on with your life, mate.
Welcome to the club. Welcome to the restart of the 500 time. Why not?
Sports game of the year. Yeah.
Okay, I think it's about to be beat by 26.
Sports game of the year. Fucking hell. This is my mind.
Sox is the light.
Bite off more than I can chew.
Ooh.
Smith.
Then I chew it. Yeah, y'all jokers thought I blew it. I pulled the pin.
When we took the interview, yeah.
It's a guy on the left side. He got on some green pants.
Yeah.
He said supposedly they paid him $10,000.
Come on, Vinny. What are you doing?
Just FYI.
Wait, hold on. You said who? You said it's where? You said where?
I'm telling you, he's on the back side of the club. He has on some green sweatpants, and he said supposedly somebody paid him a stack $10,000 to slap the business. I'm just giving you a heads up, and then I'm gonna tell the police because I know these guys.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Yeah. Oh my god, you can't post that.
The season ends in 2 days, does it?
Okay.
Already?
So
That went by real quick.
You can't post this picture, man.
Ben,
You can't post this picture. Even if it's a meme,
this?
mate. Oh, you can't. That's so
say
racist.
hi for sure.
You can't post that picture. I am the captain now. You can't post that. What the fuck? What the fuck? That's so racist. Calling him a pirate, man. An illegal pirate. I don't think I don't think there's legal pirates.
I mean, I could make worse socks that I think we should not talk about.
Nah,
It'll be making some figure of the world, the captain of their national team.
Trump.
A certain German figure, captain
Oh,
of his
no,
national
no.
team.
Oh, imagine a creator player. Oh my god. Call him Kanye Hitler. What not?
No.
What's your name, you kid? Kanye Hitler? What the fuck? What do you mean?
What do you mean?
You know. Oh,
Imagine that's what you named your character. What do you mean?
Only thing I'm hailing is a fucking taxi, motherfuckers. Tea and biscuits. Is that Sergio Busquets? What position is that? Sidium. A mini. What does it give? What's it give first? 10 pace, 15 passing, 5 balance, 20 defending, 10 physical, 5 agility, 10 passing, 8 composure, +3 skill moves. Look, I want that petite card. Jesus. 91 to 93. Who's it gonna go? CDM.
Pull it.
CDM. CDM 91. So many players miss out. Bacchus! It's Bacchus. He's got 2 play styles. Robertson's got 2. Ballard's got 1. But it only goes up 2 levels, doesn't it? Oh no, it goes to 82. So you'll go to 82. 3 play styles. Oh man, look at his attack. Look at his shooting. It's horrible.
Ballard, mate, what are you doing? Time to shoot, mate.
That was so bad. I'm dying.
Over there.
EA, it's the worst fucking Evo ever. Shit. Choking on that shit Evo.
How much would you pay for a Champions League winner pick? Ooh. I know Soxy would.
What? Who? What?
I like how it has the women's team in there. They didn't get any cards.
Yeah, what about the women's winners?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Soxy wants the free Aussies.
EA Sports. I thought you were about equality. Human rights. I ain't seen none of these. I don't think the girls' leagues are over yet, are they?
Yeah, the women's Champions League's over.
Oh, EA, what's going on? What are you guys doing? What are you guys
A-League just finished.
What are you guys doing? Does he actually get good boosts or not? Yeah, pace, defending, yep, physical, agility, no. Skill moves, yep.
Fuck all.
Passing, no. Ball control, yes. Dribbling, yes. Alright, back as it is. Bacchus.
Probably not going to stay on for much longer.
Yep. What's this one?
Got to be somewhere in the morning.
99 pace. Ooh.
So, you need any pace, mate?
What's this one? Pace, agility. Oh, balance 40. Wow. Dribbling 30. Ball control 30.
Who can't balance?
Stamina 50.
Who's
no one's gonna need 50 stamina. Like, what are you talking about here? Wow. Look at these ones. What the fuck? This is Evo and a half. What position was it? Camp.
Camp.
Camp. He's got 2 plus. Q fits it. He's got 3 already.
We'll go from no cam, no party to cam party.
Hmm. Oh, Harry Kill. I mean, Cahill. Tim Cahill. Harry Cahill. Tim Kill. Imagine. His physical's way too high. Yeah. Oh, Jackson. Ah, oh, so high. 4. 3 playstyles on a 76 card. Yeah, that makes sense. Ah. Yeah. Oh, struggling. What's his balance? He's got 87 balance. Looks like a pretty good card. Take him to 94. Maybe it's what? Is that a glitch?
In the Matrix. It's a glitch.
Is that a glitch? What is he now? He's 84. He goes to a 94. Huh? Huh? Might have to do it, mate. No, he doesn't get any playstyles. So you get rating with no playstyles, or you get playstyles with no rating. It didn't make no sense, man. Ah, Jackson. Robertson. Yeah. Might do the young fella. Okay. Okay. What's this one? 20 pace. 20 shooting. 20 pace. 20 pace. Shooting 20 pace. Who needs a bit of pace? I think most right wings are quick anyway, so it's a point receiver. Ah. Oh, Milanovic. Anyone slow? Yep. Murray. 99 pace, but shit at everything else. Awesome. Oh. 83 pace. What rating does it give though? So 2 play styles.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna jump off then, Zox.
Alright, mate. No worries.
See you tomorrow.
See you, mate. Oh, maybe let's go. Got finish shot. He's got finish shot and bruiser. Yeah, screw it. Maybe all it is. I think that's what it's done. Training keep. What? Left back. Okay. mate. Left back. Hun. Might be true crime show, guys. Girls. Oh. Oh, man. Oh, here we go.
Hello, guys and gals. Me, Mudahar, and you know what I love? Hacking game systems. Now, this is my Switch OLED, ladies and gentlemen. Playing some Borderlands on it. Now, the thing about it is, I love hacking pretty much every system that I get. And when it comes to my channel, I made plenty of videos throughout my channel's history where I've dug out older systems and I've hacked them. Okay, I've hacked the original 3DS. I even showed you how to hack the 3DS. I still think you should. It's probably one of the best handhelds that you can have. I've shown you guys how to hack the Sony PlayStation Vita, one of the best handheld systems that Sony has made and Sony has abandoned. Like some goddamn redheaded stepchild. Crazy shit. And boys, when it comes to the original PSP, I'm gonna be real with you. If it wasn't for this, I probably wouldn't watch half the YouTubers that really inspired me. And I, honest to God, probably wouldn't have played a lot of video games that have really stuck near and dear to me. Hacking a PSP back in the day meant that I could watch YouTube videos. It meant that I could, play games that were in the homebrew sense. It meant that I could not only play PSP games, but for a while it was the best gosh darn Game Boy Advance that I could actually get my hand on. I mean, seriously, when I had a hacked PSP and some of my friends actually still rocked the Game Boy Advance, playing Advance Wars, it was crazy to have a handheld PSP that not only had a better screen, but if you had a big enough memory stick Pro Duo, Sony used to call those memory sticks back in the day, you could stick pretty much every Game Boy Advance game worth caring about into the actual PlayStation Portable and still have room left for some goddamn GTA Liberty City stories. Now, obviously, I've even hacked consoles. I've hacked the Xbox 360 that I own. I've hacked around with my Nintendo Wii U, which actually shows you how to do. So I even hacked the original Nintendo Switch. Now, back in the day, hacking the original Nintendo Switch was not necessarily difficult. Nintendo released the Switch as a Tegra chipset device, and there was one hardware, hack that people could achieve. Basically, if you took out one of the Joy-Cons on your actual old-school Switch, and you stuck in a little device that would actually, short, I believe, one of the pins down over here, you could put your device into RCM mode. And in RCM mode, you could then launch custom firmware. So hacking the actual original Nintendo Switch was just us as gamers being incredibly Nintendo, and by extension NVIDIA left a hardware exploit in the device, or I guess they never really thought that it would be left in. Gamers found it, and literally within launch time, the actual system actually started to get hacked and played around with. Now, I don't think the Nintendo Switch 2 is going to be that easy. So I've seen a lot of people say that apparently it's going to be impossible. The Nintendo Switch 2 is unhackable right now. Scanning the chip bricks it due to voltage detection. Once it bricks, Nintendo calls you and demands a fee. Refuse to pay, see you in small claims court. Nintendo is not playing around. Do not try to hack this console. Now, I remember back in the day when the PlayStation 3 dropped, I think it was Sony that said it's an unhackable system. And I think for like 3-4 years it actually was pretty unhackable, until it wasn't. Now, hacking a PlayStation 3 is actually so trivial that no matter what generation of PlayStation 3 you own, I highly recommend you hack it. One of my PlayStation 3s, my prized gaming possession, in all honesty, is a totally backwards compatible PlayStation 3. It has the original PS2 hardware inside it. I ended up picking it up, cleaned it out, replaced the drives, and I hacked it so that I can not only have a PlayStation 3, that's moddable, but I also have access to a, upscaled, from official Sony sources, PlayStation 2, and by extension PlayStation 1, that can run basically any game. All right, it's actual original hardware that is completely supercharged by hacking the goddamn device. Okay, it's probably one of the best systems that you can have. You would probably not be bored of gaming for a long time if you had a hacked PlayStation 3. Now, of course, when it comes to hacking other systems, I've hacked even the original Xbox as well, which is basically a system that is best enjoyed as long as you've completely hacked the dashboard on that system. So let's dive into some of the Switch 2 points. So one user, Laguna War 88 on gbatemp.net, I'm sure that brings some memories for some people. Some hackers got their hands on the Switch 2. Okay, so some hackers got their hands on that Switch 2 device. Let's pretend this is the Switch 2. So they used a mix switch. They tested it and it immediately locks out the Switch 2, turning it into a brick, and it ends up boot looping. So first off, there's no for this. This could easily just basically be somebody from Nintendo feeding this information, but I wouldn't be surprised. For anybody that doesn't know what a mix switch is, a mix switch, if I actually have it right here, yeah, this is a mix switch that I'm holding right over here. Now, granted, I don't know if this is entirely completely legal, but the concept over here is, if you can look very quickly, is you can put video games into this side SD card slot, and as long as you can put it into an actual Nintendo Switch, you can, in theory, launch games from a physical cart like this. So, of course, if that is put into a Switch, apparently you might be actually warranting a brick on the device. Now, number two is testers that prod the flash storage of the ROM chip, it immediately locks out the Switch 2, turning it into a brick. So again, when people had started to jump into the flash storage of the actual onboard chip, maybe to mess around with it, the Switch 2 detects has some weird protection that can find voltage changes, which any tool will cause when you start to fuck around with the chip, even if it's minor, which I don't necessarily believe small deviances are to, I guess, somewhat be expected. But again, this is a completely unverified source. So unless an exploit is found and doesn't result in a brick when implemented, it won't happen in a long time. So this mystery knows 3 testers that were working on hardware and software modding and know what they were doing, just find that any work immediately bricks it, and Nintendo gives a troubleshooting step to reload the firmware from an SD card, but it's stuck in boot looping. So again, we don't even know how these issues are working. Again, these may not even be the systems that are shipped to the actual end user, if the story is true at all, which I don't think it fucking is. In the end, it had to return to Nintendo, and they no longer allow to be testers. They have to pay for the consoles, otherwise it'll go to small claims court, as it has some form of internal reporting that unauthorized use was made, which that's not surprising. I think devices that you use, I believe when it comes to cell phones, right? Like Samsung smartphones have like a security enclave, which if you start to fuck around with the firmware too much, it'll lock you out from the security enclave. So a lot of those security features, like phone payment, like the Samsung Pay, a lot of that stuff ends up being locked out. So that doesn't really shock me if true. Apparently another tester had an early access to a game and it crashed and rebooted and no longer worked until they reinstall a firmware. The sign that an exploit triggers a reboot to run unsigned code is out of the question, as the firmware will refuse to run and needs a clean firmware. And also, FYI, reinstalling firmware from SD cards is not offline. It's a generic app that only connects to a Nintendo server, which that, if true, scares me more, okay? I really think that it's important that a lot of systems give you the ability to reinstall system firmware from, like, your own sources, because that could be a serious right to repair problem if, for instance, Nintendo servers do go offline, or they become unavailable, or something goes awry. How the fuck are you supposed to reinstall firmware to your device if the internet connectivity isn't functional, okay? Like, that should be a basic fix most systems allow you to do, alright? At least in my opinion. Now, of course, obviously, the entire board is laughing their ass off. No source at all. And, yeah, why should there be a source, okay? None of you believe in anything here. Now, I feel like there's a lot of people that don't want the Switch 2 to be hacked, and I do definitely understand it. I think Nintendo is taking hacking so seriously because you have to remember, hacking a Switch was pretty easy, right? Like when the systems launched initially, as long as you had a launch day Nintendo Switch, you could launch those original RCM exploits and basically run pirated video games, pirated homebrew. But what you don't know is the original Switch, ladies and gentlemen, had the ability to do a lot more things than actually just play pirated video games. There were things like Laka, which were like entire operating systems that you could install alongside the inbuilt Horizon, so you could get access to, again, a purely emulating based like operating system on the device. There was also ways for you to install Android on the actual Switch, because remember, this is a Tegra chipset. It was relatively simple to boot into Android, and then you could play some Android games, you could run applications, you could browse the web, you could actually have serious tablet functionality with Android. The speed of it was probably not something worth doing, just simply because most modern smartphones, like especially mid-range Android devices, honestly at this point, even the low-end Android devices, forget these super high-end Android devices, will probably easily outclass this super old tablet with technology from 2013. And obviously with modern Android devices, you could even run things like PC games. Like, I'm not gonna blow your mind, but there is actually ways for you to run games like Grand Theft Auto 5, the Legacy Edition, on an actual smartphone, and it runs at a pretty playable frame rate. There's even phones now that are launching with full PC emulators, so you can play your PC games on your Android device, okay? Which is, again, if you're ever an Android person, there are some serious things to having Team Green as opposed to Fisher-Price iOS. But this is not the battleground for it. The point of this is that Nintendo Switch 1 was actually a system, in my opinion, really worth hacking, okay? If I was back in the days of being a high schooler where the PSP was my way to play any sort of like video games that were outside the scope of the PSP, or watch YouTube, or get access to, again, the online world that was sort of brimming at the time, the Switch would be an amazing hack. But the reality is, ever since devices like the Steam Deck, and to be honest, ever since I've had a smartphone, my desire to hack these devices has kind of just dwindled. With honestly a lot of emulation nowadays, I really don't have a reason to have a hacked Switch, because even if I wanted to run games on the hacked Switch, it would always just be easier and less of a headache to fire up an emulator, throw in a ROM, and then maybe run some patches to up the resolution to like 4K, up the frame rate to like 60, maybe even 120 frames, and then just play my video games. Now, interestingly, the thing about hacking a Switch 2, which comes to my mind personally, is what about the emulation capability of Switch 2? When is that possibly going to come out? Because here's the thing, from a personal perspective, the Switch 2 seems to be on paper.
Oh, Rodri.
At least it seems from the other
What?
handheld gaming PCs that exist. It also runs on the ARM chipset, meaning that it's a lot more performant, it's a lot more like understanding of battery life, and it's definitely going to be a device that should, in theory, run cooler. It's going to be a much more efficient device in the hand. So being able to run a lot of my emulators on it, which, from my understanding, even emulators like RPCS3, the PS3 emulator, can run on ARM-based systems. So I am excited to see like how the emulation would look on a Switch 2, but I'm also wondering how the emulation is going to look on the actual Switch 2 running on a PC. Now, when people say that a system isn't hackable, for instance, you really just have to get lucky. There's no system that is unhackable. If Nintendo came out tomorrow and said, the Switch 2 is not going to be hacked, again, there are systems that have not been hacked. There are systems like the Xbox One and the Xbox Series system that still to this day are not modded or hacked in that traditional sense. There are ways for you to run developer mode on an Xbox and run third-party applications, but generally speaking, running pirated video games, running unauthorized software, unauthorized emulators in the retail mode of the actual Xbox One and the Series is not possible because Microsoft is just a several generational step above Sony and Nintendo when it comes to that. But let's be honest, even the PlayStation 5 isn't really that much of a slouch. Since the days of the PlayStation 2, a lot of money and a lot of actual time has been spent upping the security of these systems. So you have DVD-based security, you've had full operating system security, you've had full cryptography, you've had sandboxing. Hell, nowadays we're in the moment where we're using hypervisors to prevent prevent people hacking our systems. But back in the day when Sony used to say the PlayStation 3 wasn't hackable because they had that custom cell processor, they had a hypervisor, which again was used as a security gap to prevent people from modifying things above a certain level. They would have encrypted keys. They would basically fight against mod chips. Mod chips back in the days of the PlayStation 2 was effectively the biggest killer when it comes to piracy, right? Like back when I was growing up, there were moments where I learned about mod chips, and you could put a mod chip on your PlayStation 2 where it would then skip those CD checks, those DVD checks, and just boot burned DVDs. A lot of people used to have it back in the day, and they came out rapidly, like literally within the console's like launch period. But with the PlayStation 3, what had effectively happened was, for a while, it actually was pretty locked down. For 3 to 4 years of its lifespan, Sony was right. They literally were unable to hack the PlayStation 3. Nobody could get into it. But of course, as time goes on, people like George Hotz had discovered that literally inside the PlayStation 3 there were possible exploits with other games. And of course, Sony decided to remove that just to kill the possibility of that happening. But of course, down the road, it did not feel hot. He went down even further and found that there was ways to break the hypervisor access. So of course, down the road, a hacking group known as Fail Overflow discovered a pretty massive blunder. Sony, in all of their security, had reused the same number in what is known as the elliptic curve digital signature algorithm for signing their firmware. So what it meant was that allowed hackers to effectively rebuild the private keys that Sony had used, and I believe it was the MET LDR root key. So at this moment in time, once you had access to those keys, the system is effectively compromised. So that moment in time, George Hotz released what is at the time one of the first custom firmwares for the PlayStation 3, and that allowed people to run unsigned like applications, so things like pirated games and obviously homebrew. Now, of course, that's just the history of PlayStation 3, but down when it came to the Nintendo Switch, again, hacking it was even easier, because what had happened was we got lucky with the exploit already in the system, which is not something that we're going to get lucky with as the Switch 2 drops. And I'm just going to be completely honest with you there. I'm sure a lot of time and money has been spent in obviously ensuring that that Switch 2 is not going to suffer the same fate as the Switch 1, where games really was piracy a big problem, but obviously, let's be honest, games being dumped a few days before release and showing up on 4chan was obviously something that pissed off Nintendo more than you can imagine. Now, when it comes to emulating the original Switch, I believe in like less than a year, the actual first emulator started showing up. Emulators like Yuzu and then later Ryujinx, right? So Yuzu came from the guys that made Citra, which was the 3DS emulator, and it would be able to fire up the actual operating system for the Switch. And obviously, as time went on, booting commercial games, independent games, it started to happen more and more and more. And very rapidly, you went from, booting the Switch menu to being able to play the latest releases at higher resolutions and higher frame rates than the actual Switch could ever even dream of doing. Now, we know that Nintendo obviously legally went after these emulators to the point where they're effectively being completely dropped. It's like whack-a-mole on the internet, and it shouldn't be something that really shocks anyone. Now, obviously, when it comes to the Switch 2, in my personal experience and in my honest opinion here, I don't think emulating it is going to be that fast either. Again, given that the actual device, it seems, is not something that people know, it is definitely NVIDIA-based, but it definitely feels like NVIDIA and Nintendo are doing a lot more of sitting down together and actually designing this piece of hardware as it ships out, which is why it's got some really cool features and techniques in it that are actually kind of mind-boggling for, again, this next generation of hardware, right? I'm actually kind of excited to see how the Switch 2 is going to perform throughout, because, again, it's a ARM-based tablet with a lot of those modern ray tracing quirks. It's got a lot of that DLSS stuff. It really feels like they're doing a lot with NVIDIA's power set to really push the power of this device and basically make sure that it has maybe even a longer lifespan than like the original Switch. Now again, if Nintendo cares at all about killing piracy, which is obviously their first goal, and killing emulation, then it's going to have a lot of effort put in with its crypto.
Let's open them.
It's going to have a lot to do with encryption.
Might be early now, I'm screwed, man.
Finding ways to prevent people from cracking the system's firmware and starting to dump the actual games and have them floating all over the internet. So there's a else to kind of go through. But when it comes to the ultimate question, will the Switch 2 be hacked? Absolutely. There is not a single device that I really know of, other than the Xbox systems, that are not hacked in a traditional sense. It's really only just a matter of time. But I think unless we end up getting lucky in a few days where like the Switch 2 drops and somehow in some capacity there is a hardware exploit that goes into millions of Switches that are going out into the market, if that happens, holy shit will I laugh till the ends of the earth, because that'll mean that there is going to be a lot more emulation, there's going to be a lot more hacking, a lot quicker than expected. But given the fact that obviously Nintendo has already went through the slap to the face, I don't think that they're going to be shipping these devices out with problems. And honestly, with the amount of devices that have actually even been leaked, I probably, if it was that easy, might have expected to see some breakthrough already. But, or maybe it's just being kept under wraps until the device actually drops, which means like Nintendo would not be able to recall these as quickly. And I'm also pretty sure that when it comes to, again, patching out vulnerabilities and having a tighter control, I'm sure Nintendo's already got that kind of stuff locked down. But yeah, the Switch 2, it's going to be a lot harder to hack. But don't let anyone tell you it's going to be impossible. There's been a lot of companies in the world that have said, you'll never be able to hack our systems, until the systems ended up being hacked. But ladies and gentlemen, if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Just like if you dislike it, I am out.
I would like to turn myself in because I'm very mentally unstable.
Okay, and what's going on there?
I murdered my girlfriend. You'll need to use forceful entry to get into the house.
Police! Yep, she's dead. She's right here. We got her.
And then I just lost control.
Oh
It was
my.
almost like something else like possessed me. I got to spend time with the vessel that was Shannon, and I got to absorb her spirit. She said, "Are you kidding me? What the chance? Stop. Wait, please stop. I'm dying. I love you. I love you." And then she didn't speak another word.
This is 27-year-old Chance Donahoe.
Courteous.
Earlier confessed to savagely murdering his ex-girlfriend in her Columbus home. But as investigators soon learned, violence was only part of a far more disturbing story. One fueled by control, betrayal, and delusions of power.
So are you, like, as we speak right now, are you feeling like you're a god right now?
The following is based on official police records, and the footage has never been seen before. In the early morning hours of August 29th, 2023, a chilling call comes into dispatchers at the Powell Police Department and is from Chance himself.
911, what's the address of your emergency? And your name?
My name is Chance.
Okay, and what's going on there?
I murdered my girlfriend. You'll need to use forceful entry to get into the house. I plan on taking myself to the police station after this phone call.
Do you want the police to come to you? Can they come to you?
I would like to turn myself in because I'm very mentally unstable, and I'm worried that I'm going to commit by cop if the cops come and pick me up. So I need to go into the station for my safety and the police officer's safety.
Well, do you want to go ahead and get in your car and go ahead and drive to the police department and I'll stay on the line?
Yeah.
Chance is confessing to murdering his 29-year-old ex-girlfriend, Shannon Hyatt. As he continues speaking with Powell Dispatch, the call is relayed to Columbus authorities, who quickly send officers to the address he provided.
Caller is Powell on the phone. It's going to be Powell.
With Columbus officers now en route to Shannon's home, Powell Dispatch continues speaking with Chance, hoping to gather more details.
Do you have any weapons on you, Chance?
I have the murder weapon with me.
Are you able to leave that in your apartment? I want you to leave that in your apartment, okay?
Hey, 200.
Weapons with you.
Okay.
What is the murder weapon?
It's a knife. Is there any way that I could put it somewhere where there's a child in the home and I don't want him to see it?
There's a child in your apartment?
Yeah, I live with my
200, baby!
I want my little brother to see it. He's only 7 years old.
Okay, can we put the knife on top of the refrigerator?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, I want you to put it on there, not your mother. I don't want your mother to touch it.
Okay. I'm gonna put the knife on top of the fridge. Don't touch it at all. Okay. I'm gonna give my mother one last hug before this all starts.
Okay. All right, go ahead and do that.
I'm gonna go to prison now.
As police close in on his location, dispatch continues asking Chance questions, attempting to keep Chance stationary until units arrive. But the clock is ticking, and it's only a matter of time before he catches on.
Are you in your car?
Yes, I just turned on my car. Give me a second.
Stay
I can't
there
really move my hand very well.
You're fine. Stay there for right now. I just want you to take a couple deep breaths, all right?
Okay.
How's your finger doing?
Can't really move it.
How deep did it go?
I'm pretty sure it sliced the ligament.
It did?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want me to send a medic to you first?
No. I'll receive all my treatment at the jail, please, and thank you.
Yeah, not a problem.
This
Where
guy.
are you at in the lot? Just parked right next to your apartment?
I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I need to bring myself to you, and I don't want to be tricked into being picked up. And so I'm gonna refuse to answer that, but I'm in my car, the car is started, and I will not disconnect this call until I reach the jail cell and you have spoken with an officer.
Okay.
Verifying that. I am not safe.
Okay.
I am not a safe person right now, and the safest thing is for me to turn myself in at a jail.
Okay.
Not be picked up, because if guns get drawn on me, I don't know what I'm gonna do.
As the call continues, Chance leaves the apartment complex and begins driving. But Powell officers have found him, and they're closing in fast.
I left the apartment complex, but I need to pull over real quick and put the address in.
You left?
Yeah.
Okay. Where are you at?
There's a cop right behind me, and I know that I'm being followed and everything. If you have this officer on dispatch, I need you to tell him to just follow me to the police station.
Can you just pull over and let him put you in the back so he can take you to the police station? It'd make it so much easier, Chance.
How?
It would just make it be done right now.
Okay.
Okay? Can you just pull over right now?
Yeah.
Thanks to dispatch stalling Chance's departure, officers were able to intercept Chance less than half a mile away from the address he left from. He turns at an intersection and pulls over into the Sheetz gas station, where the police make contact for the first time.
Can you make commands? Because you probably can't hear me on this side. Can you put both hands out the window for me?
I got both hands. Well, his hands are back in. Put your hands out. Keep them out. Keep your hands out.
Take one of your hands and open your car door. Open the door from the outside. Face away. Face away. Keep your hands above your head. Slowly start walking backwards.
Walk back towards me. Back towards the sound of my voice. Keep walking back.
With Chance fully cooperating, officers place him in handcuffs, then shift focus to the vehicle, unsure of what else might be inside.
This side. Doors open. Clear. He's got gloves. Yep. Blood on it, looks like it.
You got anything on you, bud?
Nope. I got nothing.
Nothing.
I got 25 bucks in my pocket.
Gloves look like blood on it. Are you injured at all, Chance, besides your finger?
Still scratch on this other hand, but
your other hand?
The laceration was stinky.
When did that happen?
During the attack.
Okay. And you put that bandage on yourself?
Yeah, it's just a napkin.
Officers place Chance in the back of a patrol vehicle and remove his shoes, revealing blood-stained socks underneath. Both the socks and shoes are placed in paper evidence bags as they wait to transfer him to Columbus PD custody. Meanwhile, outside Shannon's home, Columbus officers prepare to make entry, unaware of the horror waiting on the other side of the door.
Can I kick the door? I'm good. Kick the door. Police! Yep, she's dead. She's right here. We got her. Clear the house. Let's go.
That's 11. We're clearing the house. We got one down on the floor.
Did she get shot or did she get stabbed?
Everything has body on.
Dude, he had
to like core her throat out. There's blood in the heart. But I mean, there's a hole like this big in her throat.
Inside, officers find Shannon Hyatt on the living room floor, riddled with numerous stab wounds across her upper body and a deep slash across her throat. A large pool of blood sits beneath her, with additional stains splattered across the carpet and couch. She's pronounced dead on scene at 6:18 a.m. Columbus officers relay the information to their dispatch, who then notifies how
Oh, I'm gonna have the early one.
has been found deceased.
He killed her. Oh my god, makes me sick to my stomach.
As the weight of the news settles in,
Early one, boys.
at the home of Ashley Radka, Chance Donahoe's mother, where the 911 call was originally placed.
How are you, Mom? Okay. Can I just have you step out here real quick? Is there somebody else with you? What's up? Just your... Okay. Is he awake? Okay. I just want to make sure he's okay. That's all we gotta do is make sure he's okay for right now, okay? We have him in custody, yeah. He went voluntarily. Okay. Alright. Hey man. Is there a knife?
Inside the residence, officers locate the knife on top of the refrigerator, just as Chance described to the 911 operator, along with a pile of his clothing next to the washing machine, believed to be the first outfit he had on when he initially approached Shannon's house. Ashley's other son is also confirmed to be safe and sound, sleeping in his room. Chance's mother is later questioned by investigators, recounting the events leading up to the initial 911 call.
He woke me up at like 5 a.m.
And if you don't want to talk to me, you don't have to. I'm really sorry if you want to. I would.
So then he like...
Mares, X City.
He said his mom was in his car, and he said he was gonna like go sit somewhere for a minute and have an hour of freedom. So I said, Chance, we need to just call 911 right now. Like, you need to just do this. So he did.
His mother's insistence may have been the only thing that kept Chance from disappearing. Now in police custody, he's transferred to Columbus PD and taken to the Franklin County Jail, where he would be interviewed just a few hours later.
I had a major psychological break and kind of completely and utterly lost control of my actions, which was not an excuse and I need to pay for my mistakes. Basically, me and Shannon are going through a really bad breakup right now.
Right.
Because I am unable to be honest and unable to not steal and unable to not take advantage of people that are around me. And I took advantage of her a lot. She's been just making all these Facebook posts about our breakup. And
I've read some.
She's also come after my mom and stuff. And it's kind of one of those things where it's it's one thing to drag my name through the mud. You can take all my friends. It hurts. But I just kind of lost it whenever.
That would be frustrating and hurtful, right?
Saying things like me and my mother's relationship is extremely inappropriate, implying that we want to have sex with each other. Disgusting. Are you serious right now?
Did that piss you off?
Are you kidding me? You have the audacity to start publicly saying that the reason I date older women is because I have an Oedipus complex. You're only 3 years older than me.
Chance's perspective lines up closely with what his mother also tells investigators.
Obviously, there's not a reason to ever murder someone, but this girl has been messing with him pretty significantly since they've split up, and they've only been split up for a week. But she was a problem, and I anticipated it getting worse before it got better with her stalking him, and she no longer had control of him, and I think that was making her crazy because she had a lot of control of him before.
We were unable to locate the specific statements both Chance and his mother claimed However, we were able to locate one post made just 5 days before her death, shared in a Columbus-based Facebook group called Are We Dating the Same Guy?, where Shannon publicly warned others about Chance, stating that he stole my prescription medication and money out of my bank accounts, and also claimed that the money was used on powdered drugs. Back in the interrogation room, Chance begins responding to the claims made about him.
Did you feel betrayed?
In that moment, I mean, like, I felt betrayed the whole breakup.
Sure.
She's been just, like, telling everybody
think it's the
everything.
last one.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I would do the same thing if somebody did
Two more.
that I did to her. But, like, she told me that, like, she wasn't gonna tell anybody about the theft and stuff because I paid her back the money that I took. And the only reason I took the money was because she took my debit cards because she didn't trust me with finances. And I'm not trying to sit here and, like, say all of my actions have a rational, logical explanation. Because, like, I don't want to be this way. I don't want to lie, but I don't know how to stop. I don't want to steal, but I don't know how to stop. Shannon thought that the stealing had everything to do with the Addiction Academy, when in reality, I go through bouts of unemployment because of the nature of my work. And so I run out of money. And then Shannon gets, or would get, like, really, like, mean and say really nasty things and all that. And so in my mind, just take this money, give it right back to her as your money, so that she shuts the up and everything can be, like, happy and peaceful, and then just replace the money before she finds out that it was taken.
But for Chance, the theft and online posts weren't the only triggers. There was something else.
She had started sleeping with Matthew, who she had, like, just recently started being friends with and told me not to worry about.
Who's Matt?
Matthew is somebody that she was having some form of romantic relationship with. I didn't have a reaction to it, honestly. I was just happy that I had what? I'm just happy, like, I'm so happy. Like, I don't know, I'm not, like, happy about it. It's up and it's a horrible thing, but at the end of the day, like, I don't know.
But jealousy and heartbreak were only part of the equation. As Chance opens up, he reveals a fractured state of mind that had already begun to crack.
I have undiagnosed schizophrenia.
Okay.
I have auditory and visual hallucinations. I went to a music festival this past weekend and kept, like, seeing Shannon everywhere, and I thought that she was, like, following me around to, like,
Weren't you there with her at Legend Valley?
What is going on here?
Okay.
Just this
Hey!
past weekend at Wonder Bus.
What you doing, mate?
I was there and I was working the festival.
Is it weekend for you?
She hasn't
You finished?
every single move
Tired as fuck.
since we've broken up. Like, where I'm at, what I'm doing, who I'm hanging out with, everything. And so, like,
Tired AF.
Yeah.
paranoid and frustrated because I thought that she was kind of, like, stalking me. I went directly to my mom's because I down on home face to face. And I woke my mother up and I said I killed Shannon.
How did your mom take it?
Like, shook, shaken. And then she kept just saying things like, you had your whole life. Anything that Shannon could have done to you, we could have worked through. Like, this was not worth it. Some dumb girl was not worth this.
As Chance speaks of hallucinations and paranoia, his mother tells investigators she'd seen this unraveling begin long before the murder.
Didn't have any medication for the last couple of weeks. He was diagnosed bipolar, doesn't control his things.
You said he hasn't had his medication.
No, it was on Abilify, it was on Wellbutrin. that he hadn't happened for the last couple weeks.
I can't tell you why he did what he did. Maybe he told you.
He told me it was like hearing voices and all kinds of stuff like that. And I told him, like, just told him so much. I love my son so much. I can't believe this is happening.
I'm
I
really
felt
sorry.
so bad for her family too, and even though she was like doing whatever she could to mess with him.
Doesn't how my kids don't give a crap if I'm sleeping. I didn't get to sleep till much later than usual due to a ton of catch-up paperwork. Only for my kids to make more noise than the apocalypse when they got home.
Oh
That's
no.
not on you. That's on him. You know, at some point
Oh
you
no.
have to be adults,
I
right?
have, and I've done that. I've played that card. I've done every single thing. I've tried to do it all. He's been in and out of counseling since he was like 4 or 5 years old.
What his mother could only fear, Chance now begins to admit in chilling detail.
I was just kind of driving him because I just didn't really know what to do.
When was this?
This was at about like 11 o'clock.
Last night?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was just driving him between like 11 and like midnight.
Bloody kids, mate.
Just kind of like trolling around.
This is confirmed by Shannon's front porch camera as it captures Chance's car driving past around 11:11 p.m.
And I thought to myself I should check myself into a mental hospital because I'm not really all that safe. I actually just like drove by her house before I like went back to my mom's house and changed into clothing. And I saw a van, and then I saw a person that looked like Matthew Lee, and I just kind of didn't think of anything about it because I didn't know what kind of vehicle he drove.
So then you drive.
I just drove by because at first, like, all I wanted to do was just like knock and talk, but like I don't know. I know like this doesn't make any logical
Well,
sense.
Imma lurk and possibly nap now that everyone else is asleep.
Yeah, mate. No worries.
Is far less severe than getting a murder charge, but
Yeah, I'm probably going to bed soon.
I got to spend time with the vessel that was Shannon, and I got to absorb her spirit.
Oh.
And get some of her power.
We have some video, like from the neighbors, like cameras or video systems, and it looks like you had walked up to the house maybe with like a t-shirt on initially.
Yeah.
Does that ring a bell?
Yeah.
Around 11:57 p.m.
Have fun, bro.
Next door to Shannon's home catches a glimpse of Chance walking through her yard and across the driveway, unknowingly capturing a critical moment just before the murder takes place.
That was the time that I like drove past and was like
saw the
van, was trying to like work up the nerve to like go up to the door, but like didn't really know what to do, so I guess I don't know why, but I was just like, why don't you just like kind of just like see if she's even like here. And so I peered into the garage window to see if her car was there, and then I tried to see if I could see what room she was in without her seeing me on her cameras and stuff. And then I didn't see anything, and then whenever I left, I was like, you need to just go home, and you need to just give your mom your car keys, and you need to check yourself into a psych ward.
So when you walked up to the house 11, whenever, you hadn't planned on hurting her at that point?
No, not at all.
Had you seen Matt yet, or?
I saw Matt whenever I was actually just about to come around the corner to try to like knock on the door.
Okay. Did he see you?
No, he had his back to me and he was coming out of the door, and then I got spooked and ran off. I had like this weird thing that was just like, well, if you want Shannon back and you can't get her back, you can like take her life force, and then you'll be together forever. And so like I was behind her while she was in the black, and I grabbed the knife and I went over to her house, and I door, which I'm sure you'll see on her doorbell camera, ring camera, at some point throughout your investigation. I twisted the doorknob. She screamed, "I will call the cops." And I slammed my shoulder into the door 2 times. After the first time she said, "Are you kidding me?" Because I think that she thought I was just being obnoxious and pounding on the door or something. Or honestly, I don't even know if she knew it was me until I got into the house because I had a bandage on my face. Whenever I was outside. And then the second shove gave way and I didn't make a noise, I didn't say anything, I didn't do anything, I just started stabbing Shannon, and she didn't even realize what was happening until I had stabbed her a couple times, and she said, "Are you kidding me? What the chance? Stop. Wait, please stop. I'm dying. I love you, I love you." And then she didn't speak another word. I don't know how many times I stabbed her. I know it's a lot. I also know that I cut her throat to speed up the process. And I just remember looking at her and feeling like I was like taking on her spirit, I guess. And like, I don't know, I felt less alone than I'd felt since our breakup in that moment.
Shannon Hyatt suffered more than 30 stab wounds across her upper body, along with a deep slash to her throat. She had multiple defensive injuries, evidence that she fought to survive. But the horror didn't end there. For nearly 3 hours after her death, Chance remained inside the home, doing things so unsettling, even investigators struggled to make sense of it.
Well, I took her house keys and her phone after I killed her.
Okay.
I don't really know why. I don't have her password or anything, and she has like the thumbprint, so you can't like get into it. But like, I took the keys. I screwed a piece of plywood to the front doors to keep it closed.
Why did you shut the front door like that?
To be completely honest with you, so our cats didn't get out.
Yeah, that's good. No, I mean,
I think it sounds ridiculous, but
you didn't want the cats to get out.
That was a concern of mine. And I'm not gonna lie to you, there is a part of me that's very upset knowing that they slept together, because the first thing that Shannon said whenever she got out of our relationship was, "I need to be single for a while and really figure out my own."
Right.
And then I saw something that she wrote down saying, "I feel like I'm really falling into the same patterns with Chance with Matt, and I don't know how to feel about it."
Where did she write that down?
It was in her notes on her phone.
Okay. How did you get into her phone?
I used her phone after I killed her.
Okay.
I'm a full psycho stalker mode, dude.
Huh?
I'm gonna be completely blatantly honest with you.
That's why we're here.
In the aftermath of the murder, Shannon's back porch camera captures chilling footage. At 2:04 a.m., just 6 minutes after her screams are heard, Chance's shadow appears in the window, and for a brief moment, a blood-covered hand is visible. His shadow returns multiple times throughout the early morning hours, a sign
Great
of
story,
presence
man.
inside the home, long after Shannon's final breath.
Why are you moving her body at that point?
Because the door is busted and her feet are about a foot and a half maybe away from the door.
Okay.
And if I want to do any kind of going in and out of the front door, there's just a dead body right in blatant view. So I rotated her 180 degrees, went outside, smoked a couple cigarettes.
When you say I went outside, did you go out front?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you have sex with Shannon? Afterward? At that point, was she dead?
Yeah.
Did you feel aroused, like looking at her?
Not by like her deadness, but like I was still very sexually attracted to Shannon.
She was beautiful, right? So how long do you think that lasted?
Oh, like 5 or 10 minutes.
And did you wear a condom
was another just acceptance of guilt.
Do you remember where you ejaculated? Was it inside of her? Or? Okay.
Sicko.
How long do you think she had been dead at that point?
I don't know.
From here, Chance lays bare a disturbing justification, one rooted in a delusional sense of power and a belief that Shannon was something to possess or consume.
You mentioned earlier that if you took her life force, that you would feel closer to her. What does that mean exactly, like as far as?
Well, it's kind of like Native American belief of like absorbing the soul whenever you kill an animal.
Okay.
And like, I don't know, like you're absorbing it and like, I don't know. Oftentimes whenever I'm experiencing episodes of psychosis, think that I'm a god.
Okay.
And will kind of view people as like just kind of things. I've never been violent to this extreme before, but I definitely just like, well, if I'm God and I take away your free will and I release your spirit, I take your spirit back.
Okay.
And I mean, I still feel like that.
So are you, like as we speak right now, how are you feeling about like our interactions? Are you feeling like you're a god right now?
I mean, yeah.
When we're like objects in front of you?
I mean, you're not necessarily objects, you are people of authority, and I am paying the price for like human laws and stuff like that because I'm in a human vessel, but like, yeah, like
The fuck? This guy's cooked.
like a god and like can make things happen.
What's the tattoo stand for?
It's the Om symbol. It represents the sound frequency. It's been reported and picked up throughout the entirety of the known and explored universe. It's often referred to as the God frequency. So it's kind of a religious representation kind of thing.
Next, Chance is asked to confirm
Alright, here we go.
his actions.
Do you feel bad?
Number 2. Encore player pick. Number 2. Oh. No. 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 Oh my god. Yeah. Jamie! 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 That's the one. Woohoo! Pick 2. Dub. We do another one from the storage. Bloody hell, we're running low. Still gotta do my dailies. So tired. Couple of coins. Tradable.
Hello. Just shave that bit off. Oh boy.
blood. No 86s. I need 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, the grind is real. La la la. I need food. I have pizza. No pizza. Don't you hate it when you get a whole lot of pizza and just you don't feel like pizza? I'll do some more clips. Ones on YouTube gone off, mate. Ah! I think when I did the salute thing. Stand up. Hey, DJ. You can come back. You check blocked. How do you check your blocked accounts? Oh, I didn't block him. I didn't block him. I'll check $39, mate. Actually, blocked accounts. Settings. Blocking. Restricted list. What is block mine? Oh, oh. Bom, 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 bom. Bom, 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 bom. I have to wait till it just comes in the chat. From more super bronze. Bam 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 bam. Ah. What crap?
That or do you just?
I feel
If you've been following us for the past year, you know we've been dipping our toes into every extractor
Yeah.
shooter game on the market.
This
I
guy's
know,
cool.
The trend that we're admittedly arriving late to the party on. But at the end of the day, they have what Destiny fans love. Sweet, sweet loot. From the hyper-realism of Tarkov to the creepy, unforgiving nature of Hunt Showdown. all extraction shooters have very distinct features about them that really set them apart from the rest, which really makes stepping into each one of them such a different experience overall. And the same goes here for Arena Breakout Infinite, an extraction shooter that we have had the pleasure of jumping into over this past weekend. Let me just tell you guys, the game's got some hooks. Now, no lie, I've actually been staying away from Tarkov. Not that I don't want to play it, but man, I've heard the new player experience is brutal. But this is where Arena Breakout Infinite comes in. Not only does it have that same realistic gunplay, that being that tactical-based gameplay with a ton of customization, but it's arguably one of the easiest extraction shooters to get into. The new player experience here is unlike any other, as you'll be steadily introduced to all the game's mechanics, as the devs want to make sure before they even throw you in with the sharks that you've got everything nailed down. We had a blast learning the ropes and trying out the brand new season, Ignition, where they've added a new map called Northridge, which is one of their largest maps yet. From new weapons to chase, new bosses to track down if you're skilled enough, new game modes, including a mode where you don't even lose your loot if you die, and even a team deathmatch mode for you to practice in. This comes alongside a slew of gameplay improvements that were highly requested by the growing community. The devs at More Fun Studios are constantly pushing out updates for, which is great to see. And the best part of all of this is that this game is free to play. It's not officially out on Steam, but you can actually play Arena Breakout Infinite in its new season right now over on their official website at arenabreakoutinfinite.com. Alright, chat, we're going against players today. They say there's supposedly gamers here, but they don't know. They've never done a day one raid. They don't know these strats, baby. They don't understand.
That's cool.
They don't know these angles. I got a shotgun. Is my magazine empty? What the?
Actually, go back here this way.
There's a tin out here? What does this tin do? I got a sponge. I got more ammo. Yeah, I've got enough ammo for one fight. Chat, this is what people like. They like the hyper realism.
Let's go hit up one of the points of
Luke.
interest.
Ah, baby, alright, baby. Yeah, I'm gonna use this tree to my advantage. Yes. Ooh, Jesus, stomp louder. Somebody's here.
You hear their footsteps, or?
Yep, I heard their footsteps.
Sometimes your teammates' footsteps can sound. Oh, there's someone here. Yep.
There's another one.
Where's he at?
I don't know.
In the building?
I don't know.
Sounds like he's in the building. I'm trying. Oh, in this building right here. You just got him. Oh, another one. Yeah, I think these are still NPCs.
I can't tell, man. I can't tell with anyone.
So when you loot a player, they'll have a dog tag on them that you can take.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we can hit up the other zones. There's bound to be some people that we'll run into.
Sure, we brought some attention to ourselves right there. A lot of shooting.
Oh, yeah.
That's you walking around upstairs?
I'm not no. I think someone got him. Tag my arm. Alright, let's say we head to the hot spot over here. Building all the building letters.
Yeah, that looter sucks.
Here, grab this propane tank. Ooh, life pokey.
And I got a tank. I hear noises.
Yeah, you're right. There's people here. Outside.
That gunshots?
No gunshots.
What's footsteps?
There was footsteps. Oh, he got me.
God damn it, Luke. God damn it, brother. God damn it, I don't even know how to heal. Ah! Damn, I don't have any more heals.
Brother, I got headshot. That's so sad.
What do you see from your perspective? Anything?
I've got your view, but yeah, there's someone in your
I just saw him peek out just a second ago. He just peeked out. Damn, I had a shot right there. Was it one or just two? Or was it two or just one?
I only saw one that peeked out, but there might be two of them. He's on the left of you for sure. He's gonna be on the building on your left.
Oh!
Mother... Dude, can I get a kill cam? How does it show me exactly what happened? Yeah, there's Bob. Look, we got smoked, bro. We got smoked.
That was he insted me.
Dude, my footsteps are so loud. That's crazy, dude. Okay.
Oh, that's sad. I really like that gun too.
I think he was solo. We just let a solo come whoop our ass.
He's a gamer for sure.
All right, chat. We're risking it all right now. We're bringing all the shit in there with us.
If you can, make sure you buy ammo that's purple tier or higher for your weapon, because some of the higher tier players' body armor we won't be able to penetrate with normal ammo.
Really? It doesn't penetrate at all?
Don't believe so.
All right. Let's see how this goes. Luke and I just got on.
Copyright for that. Surely it won't be, because he would get copyright.
Camp first. Oh, some fighting.
Oh, here's other than your loud footsteps.
Oh. There we go.
Was that a player? Is that a player? Oh! Watch it.
Got one.
I don't think there's players.
Find out. This first guy was a player.
Oh my god, we can kill people. Holy sh! No hit markers?
Ammo?
Nah, baby. This is IRL, baby. The realism. Dude, this helmet's better than my helmet. Put that shit on.
Do it. Grab his milk. I'll need that hydration for later.
This backpack's better than mine, too.
Oh, this other guy's got some good stuff. Hold up.
I'm hearing shots.
Yeah, let's go check it out.
Was one of them a player? Oh, it took off running, though.
Oh, watch out. Player down on the road. I might not be a player. He's just standing there. You get him?
No, I got this damn SMG, man. I can't reach with this. I got an SMG and a shotgun. I got no range. There's a lot of fighting over here. Hold on. We got fighting from where we just came from, too.
Did he get away? Where's his body?
Look, I'm heading back up top. I'm worried somebody's gonna flank us. There's somebody in these woods over here. That's not like PvE. What makes this game fun? Killing people. You want to know what makes it not fun? Dying to people.
serious fighting up here.
I'm gonna try to map someone from 30 meters away with a shotgun.
I feel like I had heard footsteps to my right.
I don't know where your right is. Look, what are you doing? It's 165.
Over this building. Over here. He's down. Behind us.
I got one on me. He's lighting me up. He's up top.
Good?
Hell no, I'm bleeding like a motherfucker. I got head trauma.
Did you take him out?
Trauma. Yeah, I think this guy's walking up on us.
Oh yeah, outside.
He comes.
Balcony.
He comes to this door. I'm lining him the fuck up.
Watch the door behind us. Oh, I see someone outside on the ground. I think that's a player. Oh! He tagged me from outside. I got something broken.
Was he down this lane, Luke? Was he on the same level as us?
I think so. That's the only area he could hit me from. I'm gonna quickly.
Look, I got two out here. I got two.
I was healing up. Oh, behind us.
Upstairs or down?
No,
where at?
I got him. He's guy's right there. He's dead.
We brought a lot of attention to ourselves right now.
Oh, someone's still outside.
Scared you on me right now. Hold on. Let me heal my shit up.
Yeah, there's at least two of them outside. But as long as they hang out here, it'll be okay.
Chat, what's going on? My body's not healing. Do I need bandages?
You have something broken? I can give you a surgical kit if you need it.
Give me a surgical kit, yeah.
I'm popping it into the first aid kit.
Actually. Good lord. Hurry up.
Alright, both these guys I just took out were just PvE ads.
Okay. Yo, this guy has some. What the a gold?
A gold medallion?
Yeah. Deagle? What are these, like high tier PvE enemies?
I believe so.
I'm also okay with extracting here soon. I think I would prefer to extract.
We can extract right now actually at the helicopter. I've got 2 dog tags.
No, let's do it.
This one's a special extraction point. It takes a whole minute, and then you have to have 2 player kills in order to leave here.
You're on chat. There's no time. We need to get out of here. We need to get the eggplants.
Well, unless this one doesn't require it this time. Maybe it was just when I played earlier.
Damn, almost a whole minute here. Oh, my guy is like, dude, he's making all kinds of noises. He's in a lot of pain right now. Brother, hang in there, man. Hang in there. I've got a cold right now. I know how you feel. There you go. Just patch it up. All right, I've got 12 more seconds. Dude, there's so many opportunities for you to get absolutely f***ed on the extract points.
Mm-hmm.
So
I'm extracting a little early, so I think we're fine.
I'm okay with it. We got our loots. I got the deagle. Hell yes. So were those enemies just all high tier PvE enemies that we went up against there in that building?
Most of them, yeah, were PvE enemies. I think there was 1 or 2 real dudes, but
okay.
So at your end screen, it'll show you how many operators you've eliminated, and those are the real people.
Oh, so it says 6 total eliminations, 3 operators. So we killed 3 people, and then
I think you killed 3 people, and I got 1.
Gotcha. Oh, dude, these boys, mods, pay that shit out, dude. That was intense, brother. I feel like once you when you're in a situation against another player, it's just it kind of reminds me of like Rainbow, where you just literally just zoned in on one peak zone, and you just have to wait for whoever picks up first.
That map we just did is the tier below the one we did first, and so I think that's why we got absolutely farmed in that one. This is a little bit more try.
Have you gotten this deagle, this gold desert eagle pistol? Did you get one?
I have not, no.
I got it off of that high tier PvE enemy. Interesting enough.
There's some good weapons. The one I was using before was a Scar, and it's really nice.
Mara.
I think I got that off of a PvE guide too.
Chad, I just want to point out how sexy my character looks. I mean, look at this gear. Look at this guy's ready for war. Ready for war, my man. All right, let's do this. Lock in right now. I've got nearly 3 million on me right now in terms of gear value. If someone kills me, I lose everything. All right, chat, we're going in now. This time, we're risking it all. Everything we have, the entire vault. People say you're not supposed to play extraction shooters this way. I disagree. There we go. Oh my god! Is everybody got the throwing out of the system right now? Everybody good?
Yeah.
Okay.
12 seconds later. I made a mistake, by the way.
What'd you make a mistake on?
I have a freaking... Okay, we're gonna just deal with it.
Wait, no.
I can't... Can I drop my gun? Hold up. Someone grab my gun right here.
Dude, I'm so slow. Look, I didn't know armor actually makes you run slower. I can't. What'd you do?
Grab my gun. Grab this gun right here on the floor and aim with it.
Hold on. What the? Why you got 2 sights on this thing?
I gotta take out the other one.
Oh my god. Alright, chat. My weapon's about 500,000, maybe 600,000 in value. My armor is 800,000. Chest rig's 500,000.
Wait for him to get shot.
Down, fellas. We load it down. We're also very slow.
I wish you could edit the weapon in here.
You see someone?
I just got him, yeah.
Oh, behind me! Ow.
How long till new packs?
Alright. Come on, let's go find people to kill.
I ain't killing shit with this marksman rifle, I'll tell you that much. Can't see
So when you shoot with it, which side is the...
It's going for the red dot, but the red dot's being blind. I have to go and edit it when it gets...
god. I've heard no noise. Nothing.
It's kind of sus.
Behind us. 100.
Good stuff.
What are the damage numbers? Polo, do you get damage numbers in real life?
Lol. Dave.
Like 30.
That's really close.
Yeah, it is very close. It's a suppressed weapon. I'm like an NPC.
Yeah. They're firing. Oh, they're up on the hill. Like way out in the distance. He just dropped down.
Oh, he's hitting me. There's multiple of them. One up on the hill.
There we go. Yeah, I think that's a player. The player. We got more.
The guy down below is behind that green wall. Yeah, I've got
This is a team. Let me go in. Let me kill this guy real quick. Okay. Hell yeah. Give me that hot loot. Give me that sexy loot. Some good painkillers too. Some good nades.
This isn't a surgical kit. Do you guys have a surgical kit by chance?
I do have a surgical kit. Come here. I just dropped it.
Awesome.
Let's. Y'all kill the one down low. There's one down in the bottom.
No. I don't think we killed him. Unless one of you guys did.
No.
No, I killed this guy up here, but...
He's right here. He's still right here in front of us. I don't know if this is an NPC or what. Oh, this guy's looting a guy. Hold on.
Where? Oh, I see him. I tagged him. He's behind that building.
Behind that wall.
I got the right side covered.
I'm dead. Oh my god, I'm dead. Completely?
Get him cross?
Yeah, I got him.
Okay. I'm coming down then.
Wait, do I not go down? I just instantly die?
Are you dead?
I'm dead apparently. It didn't even give me a reason to rest.
Can we see if we can res them in any kind of way? Oh my god, dude! We just got some crazy loot too. Hold on, Luke. Did you even try to get him up?
No. Well, is one of these his body, or is he on the hill?
He's on the hill.
On like the hill.
Let me try it. No, it doesn't give me any options up here.
That's fine. I didn't even bring that much stuff in here, to be honest.
Do you think he thirsted you?
I mean, I didn't even go down. I just instantly died. It was like he shot me, I died, nothing I could do. I couldn't crawl or anything.
You want me to grab your godly weapon and bring that back?
If you want to.
All right, we need to extract.
Ton of stuff.
Yeah, we need to extract. We don't have less right now. You can get an extraction point for us.
Activate the extraction point. That should be fine.
So we just wiped 2 teams right there. Oh my god, dude. I'm like way out of breath.
Try to keep up.
Whether you weigh like 500 pounds. Oh, now we're weight shaming today, huh? Wow. That's nice, Destiny community. Man, this is the longest 200 meters I've ever ran in a video game. How we looking, Luke? How we looking?
Oh, sorry. We're looking just fine.
Goddamn, Luke! Goddamn, let's get away out of position! All right, Luke, call in. Go.
10 seconds. Way better than the helicopter.
Baby, we're 2 seconds away from taking everyone's eggplants. Let's go.
Nice.
Let's get it, baby. Oh, that was an adrenaline rush, man. I'm feeling it right now. All right, chat. We walked away with some hefty loot, dude. But GG's, guys. I will say, I think this is a really good extraction shooter. Really, I mean, I haven't played Tarkov yet, but I played Hunt Showdown. I played Delta. I actually like this more than Delta. And at some point, we are going to play Tarkov. And I will say the gear, man, gets pretty crazy. And the whole crafting system, like the gunsmith, all the different attachments you can add to the weapon is wild. Really makes me analyze, like,
I don't know. What do you think, Les? Like a marathon, like I kind of feel like we kind of missing out on the whole crafting side of things, considering how much is present here inside of this game.
I think the biggest mistake right now with Marathon is there's no black market that we can buy from other players.
Yeah, that's and
I feel like that needs to be something they actually add into the game.
And we only have the 4 attachments too. Like there's no crazy, because like on these weapons, dude, it's crazy how many attachments we have.
Yeah, the skill ceiling seems very high for like how much you can customize and get the perfect stuff.
So far, impressed with this one nonetheless. So, GG's guys, thank you for the runs. Later. Later.
Slap that like button like your mama told you right.
Tonight, Blaze Bernstein, the name in the headlines so many of you will recognize. The massive search triggered by celebrities and social media.
But now the chilling new details you may not have heard about this missing college student. The all-new 2020 starts right now.
Who leaves their house without any of their items at night and doesn't show back up again?
This isn't just anybody. This is an Ivy League college student with his whole life in front of him.
Did he run away? Was he injured? Had he been abducted?
Blaze Bernstein disappeared 1 week ago.
Missing while home for winter break.
My dad was just like, we have each other, it's gonna be okay.
And there was an immediate firestorm of attention to this case.
Charlie Puth, who put it out there, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
This is the period in which begins your amateur
This is what we're trying to
investigation.
figure out
You
what's
become a
going on.
sleuth.
We would not have been able to figure it out without the help of kids his age.
I remember showing the police, like, look what I have.
And that's when the whole evening changed.
Blaze Bernstein's phone at that point in time turned off and I had no more records.
So they've been together, and suddenly Blaze goes dark.
I heard voices raised in the distance somewhere, screaming like.
Blaze's best friend received a text message. I did something really horrible for the story. No one can ever know.
So if you're dealing with a situation like this, you don't want the person who you're hunting to know that you're onto them.
Just help us find my brother.
The hell's that name?
Well, a search ramping up today for a Lake Forest teen who disappeared while visiting his family over the holidays.
Blaze Bernstein has been missing since Tuesday night.
Police searching by ground with canines and by air with helicopters.
We're hoping that he's just incapacitated in need of some medical assistance.
Anyone with information should contact the Orange County Sheriff's Department.
Oh.
Blaze Bernstein.
Italy.
What are your favorite pictures here?
The kids like to goof off a lot.
Oh.
He would dress up. They love to dress up. And then he would do puppet shows. And this is him at a school play when he was little. And we spent a lot of time at Disneyland because it's right here in our backyard.
Yeah.
That's us sitting there. It was a great day.
Memories of much happier times for parents. Gideon and Jeannie Bernstein married in 1992. They moved from Los Angeles to Orange County to raise a family. They have 3 kids. The youngest is daughter Bowie, Jay in the middle, and Blaze, the oldest.
We had a lot of fun raising the kids together. It was fun. And no one can take that away from us. So we still own that.
Blaze Bernstein grew up here in the city of Lake Forest. It's an upper middle class bedroom community about an hour south of Los Angeles, home to about 90,000 people.
Growing up in Lake Forest was really nice. It was kind of inland from the coast, like 30-minute drive from the beach. It was actually a really quiet residential area. Houses were beautiful, a lot of families there.
When we wanted to start a family, we left Los Angeles with the idea that we'd be moving to a safe suburbia, one of the safest places in the country.
And by all accounts, Blaze is this bright, gifted teenager with a sharp wit and a warm heart.
I've known Blaze since we were babies. Blaze as a kid, besides being very high energy, he was really creative, he was very thoughtful.
Blaze was incredibly bright, curious. He was really a Renaissance young man. I mean, he was interested in everything.
Surrounded by family and friends, Blaze was bar mitzvahed in 2011. That's a Jewish celebration of adulthood on a boy's 13th birthday. It was an occasion especially meaningful to his grandmother.
I did know that his grandmother was from Romania and survived the Holocaust.
I really think that Blaze got it. He was proud to be a Jew, humanistic philosophy, caring about the world and understanding the world's only going to change if human beings change it.
But even though Blaze possessed that understanding, it offered no protection from becoming a target of frequent
Growing up in Lake Forest was not super easy for him. He was bullied every single day on the bus. He just wanted to get out of the public school system.
And it wasn't just the bullying. Even though Blaze is a good student, he longs for something more.
Go, man, go.
Something that challenged him, not just intellectually, but creatively. And he would find it at OSHA.
OSHA is the Orange County School of the Arts. It is a 7 through 12 charter art school.
In order to get into that school, you have to audition, and about 1 in 10 students who audition actually get into the school. So it's very competitive.
Blaze auditioned for OSHA. He was artistic in every single way possible. He was very creative.
His talents going in were performing arts and writing, and he wanted to move into the creative writing department.
We've had students who wound up professional actors, designers, the writers, the whole thing, musicians.
Among the more famous OSHA alumni are actors Pedro Pascal, class of 1993, who starred in the HBO hit The Last of Us, and Matthew Morrison, a 1997 graduate and star in Fox's popular TV series, Glee.
I want you to listen very closely to the lyrics because I really mean what I'm singing.
Once Blaze got to OSHA, he felt like there was a community there for him. He had a lot of friends. He was very social.
I met Blaze when he was a senior in high school. He shared some of his writing with me, and I wrote a letter of advocacy for his application when he applied early decision to Penn because he was a brilliant writer.
Blaze's exceptional talents got him to the University of Pennsylvania, and he moved across the country to Philadelphia as a pre-med freshman in the class of 2020.
Was he homesick at the start?
I think that the first semester at school was difficult for him in terms of the social life there. He was used to being in a small school. Now he's a little fish in a big sea, and I think that he had to come to grips with that.
When I found out that he was going to do Ivy League, I was like, oh, that makes sense.
At Penn, Blaze got involved in Penn Appetit.
Penn Appetit is a student-run magazine for people who are interested in writing and also interested in food.
He knew that those would be his people.
Our photographer for Penn Appetit, he held a photo shoot where we dressed up in our chef's whites and aprons. We brought whisks and knives. We have photos of him, holding the whisk, being surprised. I mean, he was so helpful, and we're so fortunate to have these photos of him.
It was a Tuesday in January. 19-year-old Blaze was home for winter break. He was in a really good place and looking forward to second semester of his sophomore year, but not before he treated his family to a special meal.
He was baking butternut squash with, sprigs of thyme that were inside them.
He needed to.
And he made
He took over my job, more or less. I was on vacation, and he was here.
So dinner broke up, I guess, absolutely normally.
It was a quiet night.
Alright, some 86s.
I woke up the next day and it was a normal morning.
A normal day until it wasn't.
I got up when Blaze's door was closed, and the housekeeper said, "Oh, don't wake him, let him sleep in." And I said, "Okay." I knew I had a dental appointment with him that day, so I decided I'd wait until my yoga class was over to try to contact him so I wouldn't wake him. And I tried getting hold of him, and he wasn't picking up, he wasn't returning my texts.
Yeah.
to a dental appointment thinking he would show up, and I immediately called Gideon and I said he never showed up for his appointment. And you said, well, are you sure he slept at the house last night? And that's when
That's when we both kind of freaked
I
out.
yelled,
So-
oh my God.
19-year-old Blaze Bernstein was last seen Tuesday night.
We're hoping to find him and bring him home safely.
What happened to him? What happened?
My dad called me and was like, hey, like, have you heard anything from Blaze? He's not picking up the phone. It's really weird. Like, just let us know if you hear anything. And I'm like, that doesn't sound right.
I was at work, so I'd basically run out of my office and jump in the car and drive home as quickly as I can, and just go run upstairs, and his glasses are there, his wallet's there, his keys are there.
Panicked and confused, the Bernsteins were calling everyone they could think of to see whether anyone had seen or heard from Blaze in the last 12 hours.
What were they saying?
They didn't know anything.
Nobody knew, where his location was.
Well, I found out that Blaze was missing, and it was just really shocking to me because I was like, there was no way that he could have like run away. He wasn't that kind of person.
So this is the period in which begins your amateur
This is when we're trying to
investigation.
figure out
You
what's
become
going
a
on.
sleuth.
Well, we had no idea what was going on.
He hadn't slept in the bed.
And, his bags for going back to school were already packed.
You think, well, hanging out with some kids, other teenagers, and forgot to call home. You have to believe that's a defense against the most awful.
When it became dark outside, I think that's when we started to really be super concerned.
One of the first things the Bernsteins thought of is using the Find My app, which allows users to share their location with others.
So did you have like a follow my friend on the iPhone?
Yes, we did. We had that, and I saw that the location services were turned off.
So we called the sheriff's department.
They came and they were really downplaying it, like, oh, 19-year-olds, they run away sometimes, but they'll be back.
He was adamant that 100% of the time that his kids are out on a booty call or doing something with, he's what he
Of course,
told me.
we explained that there were some, unique circumstances with regards to, his personal belongings still being here. And so they offered to do a missing persons report.
So a kid disappears without his glasses, his wallet, or his keys. There are people who actually told me about it just in the couple of days after he went missing, who suggested that maybe this was suicide. Did you ever contemplate that?
Never.
Not even close. He was so happy. He was in a great place.
He was in one of the best places I had ever seen him before. That week, he was so happy. He was so excited to go back to school. He was so excited to, just have the rest of his life. And so at that point, there was no doubt in my mind. He would never have done that.
Gideon and Jeannie confirmed with Verizon that Blaze hadn't made any recent phone calls. A quick check of his computer revealed no exchanges on iMessage or Facebook DMs. And so with virtually no solid information to go on, the Bernsteins, along with help from their 14-year-old daughter, Bowie, began dipping deeper into Blaze's social media.
We would not have been able to figure it out without the help of kids his age that he grew up with. And our daughter, yes.
I told my parents, I'm like, I can try and help you find everything that you need. I'm really good with Snapchat. I knew the names of a lot of his friends, so I was able to text them and ask them if they knew what was going on.
And that's when the whole evening changed.
Yeah.
When they said, well, what about Snapchat? That's when the light bulb went on. I mean, we were exhausted, but I said, okay, let's try and figure out how to get in.
Snapchat is a free mobile messaging application used to share photos, videos, texts. But what's different about the app is that whatever is shared, including text messages, disappears from the recipient's screen after just a few seconds.
We were lucky because we knew his username because he was connected with our daughter. And the password ended up being one of the ones that we had on our iCloud keychain. So we typed the username, and then we tried that password in, and boom, we're in.
Still, getting into Blaze's Snapchat account was only half the battle. Yes, it might contain a critical record of who Blaze may have been in contact with the night he disappeared.
when?
But as the Bernsteins discovered, simply viewing the message might also trigger it to vanish.
At the time, Snapchat worked. If you sent a message, it could only be saved if you purposefully saved it, and it could be deleted by the person who sent it, and it only lasts 24 hours if you don't save it.
And there were so many other pitfalls with this. I mean, if you take a screenshot of these communications because you think you're saving them, well, that alerts the person that sent it to you.
The sender gets an alert.
So if you're dealing with a situation like this, you don't want the person who you're hunting to know that you're onto them.
What you're describing is basically dealing with this digital nitroglycerin that at any moment
Yes,
could just
absolutely.
blow up in your faces. And this is the most important thing in your lives right now.
I had my daughter next to me, and I said, okay, I need you to save, because I know there's a way that you can save it, but I didn't really know how.
What time is it by now?
I don't know, it's like close to 10 o'clock at night, like 9:30, 10 o'clock. And we saw that Blaze gave our address out to somebody.
Did you know who?
We didn't know at the time who it was. We saw the name.
I had absolutely no idea who he was. I was so happy that there was somebody who we could talk to that could just help us find my brother.
Bernsteins didn't know the person Blaze sent his address to, but in the hours ahead, the discovery of that man's identity would turn the desperate search for their son upside down.
Hi, this is Blaze's dad. We really need to know what you know. We can't find him.
This is becoming an urgent issue with trying to figure out what really happened to him, and we're going to really need your help on this because you're the last person that probably saw him.
That was not the person that I really expected him to be with.
Who leaves their house without any of their items, at night and doesn't show back up again?
This isn't just anybody. This
Right.
is an Ivy League college student with his whole life in front of him.
Right.
A beautiful life waiting for him.
Hours had passed since anyone had heard or seen Blaze. Did he run away? Was he injured? Had he been abducted? There was no sign of him anywhere. Now, as darkness fell...
Oh, to just play.
We wanted to make sure that if there was any chance that Blaze was still alive, that we took it. I wanted to ensure that not 1 second was wasted.
And the Bernsteins discovered something else. It was a final text message sent to Blaze at 3 p.m. from his best friend. Hey, I'm really worried about you. Please text me. There was no reply. The Bernsteins frantically reached out to that best friend, who told them Blaze did exchange messages with someone else overnight. Now it seemed that person was their best hope of finding Blaze.
But we don't know what the conversations were that led up to his disappearance, so we want that information.
Gideon Bernstein, through his own investigation, found out that there was communication on the Snapchat application. And so he was able to message through direct messaging Sam Woodward.
We didn't know who he was. I was like, oh, we should call him. Like, he definitely knows what's going on. And so I encouraged my dad to call him, and we recorded a call.
We haven't heard from him all day. He missed an appointment today, and then we started getting concerned, and I've been trying to figure things out. So you're the first real clue to the puzzle here.
Honestly, I'm sorry.
I don't know if my dad told me to record it or if I just had the thought that maybe having any sort of evidence that we could hold on to would be able to help us.
I don't mean to put any pressure on you. I know you're a nice young man, but I'm asking you for help on this if you can, if you've got the ability to do that.
Absolutely. This is, I want to find Blaze as much as you do.
During that call, Sam Woodward told Gideon that Blaze suggested they drive to a nearby park to meet yet another one of his friends, but never mentioned that friend by name.
And he said he invited a third friend to come along. So I said, okay.
I didn't want to speak because I didn't want to get involved, but I was listening and to my dad just ask him questions and go back and forth.
And then did he get out of the car or what happened?
Yeah, he got out of the car, and I got out of the car too, and I just asked him, who is this guy? And he's just like, you'll find out in a little bit, he's a friend of mine. And then, so I was just like, okay, Blaze, and I just waited there by the bathroom, and I didn't see where he went.
I was just thinking to myself, like, this is maybe weirdest, like, situation that we could be in at this moment. And I remember that phone call went on for a while, too.
I guess I realized, did something happen to him? So I went back. I searched all over for him where I was at the library. I couldn't find him anywhere. And I guess I just figured he might just call me in the morning or just pranking me. But this is, now I'm scared now.
It's a disturbing phone conversation, which now raises more questions for the Bernsteins than it answers.
We were curious to know who this person was, but then we did find out he was a student at OSHA.
20-year-old Sam Woodward and Blaze were former high school classmates at OSHA.
I have known Sam since he was born, kind of grew up alongside of him. I remember excitement, during Sam telling me that he was going to OSHA.
Woodward grew up only
One
3 minutes
more.
away in the wealthy coastal town of Newport Beach.
Sam was joyful. He was a really happy, special kid.
He lived in this house with his parents and a brother, who by all accounts were devout Catholics and attended church regularly.
Everything we did, all the families we spent time with, were from our church.
I did teach Sam Woodward in acting for the camera in his 10th grade, and I had him for the one semester.
For 10 years, Phil Schwadron taught drama and directing for grades 9 through 11 at OSHA.
He was definitely serious. He didn't crack jokes, didn't laugh a lot, as to my memory.
Sam went to OSHA with me from 7th grade to 10th grade. I would say that he did not necessarily fit into the general OSHA artsy vibe.
We came back for what would have been Sam's 11th grade year, and I said, who have I got this year? And my boss said, yeah, you're going to get them all back except one left the school. Who left the school? Sam Woodward left the school.
I wasn't really surprised that he left. I kind of just thought that he left because he just didn't like it there.
After leaving OSHA, Sam enrolled in Corona Del Mar High School. During that time, he became an Eagle Scout, graduating in 2016. Now, 2 years later, nothing seemed to explain how or why this unlikely pair with seemingly nothing in common ended up together in this park. And now, one safely home, the other nowhere to be found. So now you have this critical piece of information.
Yeah.
Do we immediately call the sheriffs and say,
Yes.
we have something?
Yes, we did.
Yep, right away.
And what's their response?
They come over right away.
They came over.
Okay.
And now it was
And
serious.
We just gave him the lead of the last person we knew that he had seen.
I remember taking that call and showing the police, like, look what I have. We talked to somebody who said that they know where my brother is.
When I first saw the missing persons report and I was reading the details, some of those details definitely stuck out. So something told me just deep within me that this was unusual. So my then partner, investigator Jack Ackerman, and I went to the park, probably right around lunchtime on January 4th.
I had a feeling as a mother. It was my intuition that something very bad had happened.
On January 3rd, 2018, the day Blaze Bernstein's family realized he was missing, Blaze's sister Bowie reported a phone call between her father and 20-year-old Sam Woodward, a former high school classmate who says he was one of 2 people with Blaze the night he disappeared.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bernstein, but your guess is as good as mine.
Woodward said Blaze made plans for a 3rd person to meet up with them in a neighborhood park that night.
Blaze didn't tell me anything about this guy, except that he was from OSHA like us.
Really appreciate you calling me and sharing that info. And is it okay if I reach back out to you if I need some help?
Absolutely. I want to find Blaze as much as you do.
When they were talking about meeting another person, I was like, what other person? Who else would my brother, like, be with?
So you want a water? I got water over the I'll show you one.
The next day, Orange County Sheriff's investigators bring in Sam Woodward to ask some questions of their own.
You can leave at any time. You're not under arrest or anything like that, okay? We're just trying to find Blaze. Find Blaze. That's it.
As investigators get to know Sam Woodward, they learn that he was living with his parents and working odd jobs.
My goals in life are I just want to start a family. I just want to have enough money to support my kids. I just want to have a wife who loves me and get a good job and go to college.
Woodward says he recently reconnected with Blaze on social media.
Said something like Sam Woodward. Now that's a face I haven't seen in a while.
I'm looking for eye contact. I'm looking for his general comfortability to try to gain a sense whether somebody I feel is telling me a lie.
At some point during the conversation on Snapchat, you decided to meet up. That is correct.
For Blaze's family, the fact that he went out at all that night was a revelation.
We had dinner actually at the dining room table with everybody. He was supposed to fly back to school. So it was going to be the last time my parents were going to see him for quite a while. There was no indication from him that he was going out that night.
During his interview with police, Woodward said that after he picked up Blaze at his house, they drove around for a while, eventually stopping at Borrego Park.
Borrego Park is in the city of Lake Forest. It's a place where you can take your kids. It also has remote hiking trails.
Shit.
At some point, somebody exits the car, right?
Did he tell you where he was going? He said he was going to meet the friend that he was talking about.
Just like in that call with Blaze's father, Woodward told officers that Blaze was meeting another friend at the park that night. Woodward says he stayed behind as Blaze walked away and disappeared out of sight.
At one point, I heard voices raised in the distance somewhere, but I mean, my neighborhood all the time, you hear like girls screaming, like, and all that. And so I didn't really pay much mind to it.
But I wanted him to feel comfortable talking to me, and he was. Woodward says he looked for Blaze, but eventually gave up and went home.
I mean, I don't know what happened to him, but something must have.
All that matters is that you find him and you get him back to his family safe.
Absolutely. Especially her talking to his parents, because his parents are really nice people.
After several hours of questioning, Sam Woodward left. Police, they remained suspicious, so they decided to put him under surveillance.
I'm trying to record it right now.
There was a large team that was deployed into the field, and we followed him anywhere that he went.
And with this growing cause of concern for Blaze Bernstein, the glare of the media spotlight, the Blaze Bernstein missing persons case is now big news.
The Orange County Sheriff's Department searched the park, but they haven't seen any signs of Blaze.
Blaze was supposed to be in school this morning. He was supposed to fly back Sunday, go to class today, but instead he's missing.
I remember going with my dog to
I reckon that guy did
before,
something.
and kind of just like walking around to see like, what if I find him here?
Bowie documented that desperate period of time with pictures and videos posted on her Snapchat.
Our congregation went into high gear. We printed flyers with his name and picture and facts and who to call, and we put them up on bulletin boards and poles all around the city.
At this point, it's now in the hands of the police. But you continue to work.
Yes.
Now you take to social media.
Around the clock. You know, it looked like war games in this house. We had terminals all over the dining room table, and we were all just working.
There was an immediate firestorm of attention to this case. We were absolutely inundated with tips from the public.
There were hundreds within the first week, and then that grew exponentially.
Some of our contacts were friends with some of the celebrities that were willing to post it on their social media. And so we had the missing persons flyer out for Blaze on Kobe Bryant's Facebook page, and Charlie Puth, who put it out there, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. So it started to catch a lot of attention.
We were spending every minute talking about it. People were filming in our house, interviewing my parents. Nothing like this ever happened where we work.
Any sign of him, any clothing, obviously him. We're hoping to find him, hoping that he's just incapacitated and in need of some medical assistance so that we can get him and bring him home safely.
There was like this team of people with drones, and they were going throughout Whiting Ranch Wilderness Park, where we were concerned maybe my brother was back there, maybe there was a mountain lion, or maybe like something happened to him and he was missing or lost.
For the fourth night in a row, the Bernstein family will go to sleep without their oldest son at home.
It was clear as the week wore on that it was more and more dire.
There's a lot of pressure, immense pressure to perform.
Then, on January 9th, with Blaze missing for 7 days now, a discovery which upends the case.
Jack and I were teamed up. Jack said, Dylan.
You heard it in his voice.
I could hear it in his voice.
No.
We're going to turn now to those new developments and the mysterious disappearance of an Ivy League student.
19-year-old Blaze Bernstein missing while home for winter break.
The Sheriff's Department launched an extensive search with help from the community.
Days had passed since Blaze vanished into the night. Relentless search by police and volunteers turned up nothing. Just more anguish for the Bernsteins and frustration for authorities.
86 or tots players.
The Orange County Sheriff's Department searched the park, but they haven't seen any signs of Blaze.
We utilized cadaver dogs. We utilized drones. We had been to Borrego Park and searched that park over and over again with a fine-tooth comb.
On January 9th, a week after Blaze went missing, investigators decided to go back to Borrego Park one more time after obtaining cell phone data showing Blaze and Sam Woodward were there together.
And this is a week after Blaze went missing.
Yeah, it led us to this particular area when all of a sudden Blaze Bernstein's phone at that point in time turned off.
So they've been together, and suddenly Blaze goes dark.
Blaze goes dark, and then Sam Woodward's phone continues. There was a torrential downpour. It was cold, it was raining, everything was wet, everything was muddy. We searched all this area until my partner Jack and I came to this area right here.
I saw a spot that looked unusual, so I walked down. There was a large tree branch covering an area that looked a little odd, like the rain had kind of settled some dirt around something. I moved the tree branch, and you could see the left hip and upper left leg area of a human body.
And you knew.
Knew.
Had to be.
Instantly. In my gut. Without even seeing the face. And I knew that it was Blaze Bernstein.
They must have found his cell phone as well.
We located a broken cell phone about probably 6 inches, 8 inches below where the body was found.
Ah, get out.
I was sitting in my English class in 8th grade, and the teacher got a call, and he was like, Bowie, you're gonna go to the office, they need you for something. And I was like, oh, good, maybe some good news. And they took me into this room, and I saw my godmother. She was crying, and I looked at her, and she just hugged me, and she said, they found him, he is dead. Blaze is gone.
To the index in the body of a college student found in Lake Forest, California. Blaze Bernstein had disappeared 1 week ago. The case now a homicide.
That was the end of hope for me.
We started off this journey over a week ago, looking for our son and asking for everyone to help us find Blaze Bernstein.
Like 87s, but
we just have learned that they
in
have
86.
identified our son Blaze's body today.
I just felt so numb, like nothing that had happened in my life had mattered anymore. And then when I got home, my dad was just like, he was just defeated, but he just said, like, it's gonna be okay. Like, we have each other, it's gonna be okay.
That's tough.
Sorry.
God damn. Could you imagine?
The specific details of what occurred at Borrego Park are part of the ongoing investigation.
The autopsy revealed injuries which I believe were a result of an extremely violent encounter. Blaze was stabbed 14 times in the left side of his neck, 5 times in the right side of his neck. He was stabbed, in the knee. He had defensive wounds all over his fingers. He was fighting for his life, and probably a surprise attack.
You hear about that many stab wounds. What does it tell you about the person or the mindset of the person who did that?
Intimate.
Jesus.
It was an intimate killing.
It was devastating news for the family and for the community.
My reaction when I heard it was fury, anger, disbelief. I haven't felt those feelings in my life.
As the investigation into Blaze's murder began, hundreds gathered for a vigil in his honor.
We lost one of our sons. I hope that we can all join together and support the Bernstein family.
The funeral was incredibly painful. We had to ask for RSVPs because we could only accommodate here in the building about 11 or 1,200 people. And then there was a public service of the largest, a few weeks after the funeral, in the 3,000 seats.
Oh!
It was full.
I believe most people are good.
Students from Blaze's Performing Arts High School chose to sing Luke Bryan's song, Most People Are Good.
I see a lot of goodness here, and I hope that we can bring more tolerance, more peace, understanding, and love to everything that we do and make a better world for our children. Thank you.
The community wrapped its arms around the Bernstein family. The park near their house where Blaze played as a child and where his body was found turned into a makeshift memorial with messages of love and support from all over the world.
This is a note somebody left us. Dear Lord, please watch over the Bernstein family and give them strength during this time. Please guide our police department to help them find the person or persons who took Blaze away. We still needed answers because we didn't have anybody in custody. In my mind, the hunt was still on.
But for investigators, the hunt would become far more complex because they've discovered that the night of the murder, Blaze's best friend received a text message from Blaze's phone saying, quote, "I did something really horrible for the story, but also no one can ever know," end quote. Blaze's friend responds, "What story?" But gets nothing back.
That was the last text message that was sent from his phone.
The last text message from the phone of a murder victim is always going to be of critical importance to a homicide investigator.
Someone else sent it. He didn't send it.
2.5 years since my son was killed.
Blaze is ready. Blaze the trail.
We are all going through our own personal hell right now.
Blaze Bernstein was found with 28 stab wounds.
You hear about that many stab wounds. What does it tell you about the person or the mindset of the person who did that?
A lot of anger somewhere from within, and he took it out on Blaze Bernstein.
Alright, here we go.
Did I introduce?
Alright, here we go. Alright, here we go. Number 3. Number 3. Oh no. Oh no. Oh. Let's go! Cheers! Party 3. No, Mendez. Can we blush? I should bring up the pick 2. Where's pick 2?
Have you ever called a woman mommy before?
Not yet.
Do you want to call a woman mommy? And I can be submissive. Like, have you ever been spat on?
The fuck? Yeah, that's it. That's it. Apparently this one, where is it? Tony. Yeah, Tony. Hey, Tony. $84, isn't there? Yeah.
Something that later on came back to haunt us all.
Not only was this just a murder, now we're starting to see a bigger picture.
What do you make of the fact that it's very possible that a neo-Nazi killed Blaze in the United States?
He's the grandson of a Holocaust survivor. This can happen anywhere.
There was almost like a gasp from some people.
Police believe they know who killed Blaze Bernstein.
Were you planning to kill him that night?
Huh?
I hope that we can all join together and support the Bernstein family.
We're hoping for better results, but yesterday afternoon, sheriff's investigators did find the body of Blaze Bernstein.
19-year-old Blaze Bernstein was first reported missing by his family on January 3rd, 2018. But after a week-long search, he was found dead in a park near his parents' Orange County, California home.
As this investigation moves from search and rescue to a homicide investigation, we ask for your continued support in providing tips and information to the Orange County Sheriff's Department.
As investigators search for answers about who had killed Blaze and why, his parents Jeannie and Gideon flew east to Philadelphia to begin a grim task: cleaning out Blaze's apartment on the campus of the University of Pennsylvania.
Oh man.
The grief-stricken Bernstein
That's
family
tough,
invited
man.
us to go with them for this emotional and difficult journey.
This is the apartment building that my son moved into. He's on
Let's first look at his mail.
5 days before he came home to California.
It's been hard especially for Jeannie, to come here, having to go and, basically clean up your child's life after they're gone.
And the kitchen was meticulous. I mean, he had every appliance and everything. I loved his apartment. It was so beautiful. It was so Blaze.
This is the Whisk sweatshirt that my brother got. He was an editor for the Pen Appetit magazine. We were going through his closet and we found it, and I was like, I'm gonna take that.
We had an opportunity to meet Blaze's friend. We will be here for you forever, and we appreciate your friendship.
I'm delighted that Blaze had them in his life because I know that they all made him very happy.
He would have loved this. He used to wear this all the time. Blaze was someone that you can trust with anything, and I trusted him with my life. It was apparent that Blaze was figuring out himself, whether it be religion or sexuality or experience.
At what point as parents did you realize that Blaze was gay?
I had an idea about it when he was probably early high school. I saw something on a phone or that he didn't want me to see, and it kind of confirmed a suspicion that I had, and I think he knew that I had seen it.
We actually had a conversation while he was back at college, and he was telling us essentially, yeah, I am gay, but I just don't want to talk about it.
Did people at school know? Was he?
I think so.
Yeah, I think his friends knew at school.
Because Blaze was so open about his sexuality with me, I feel like that definitely gave him a better foundation. So if he was to go to his parents and his family and open up about that part of his life, he would have known that we were all there for him.
You noticed that too? Yeah.
I took a picture of it in the mirror.
As a mother of a gay man, I am proud to be that.
Blaze is ready. Blaze the trail.
You feel like an artist that you have spent your lifetime sculpting this amazing piece of artwork, and then it gets destroyed. And so here we are. Our artwork is gone. Hard to accept.
Back home in California, the investigation continued, and the focus
Huh?
remained on Blaze's former high school classmate, Sam Woodward, the person who admitted to driving with him to Borrego Park.
We have interviewed that friend several times. That person is not in custody, and we are not prepared to comment on persons of interest at this time.
When Orange County Sheriff's investigator Dylan Jansen first spoke with Woodward the day after Blaze was reported missing, he says Woodward seemed nervous and told different versions of where at Borrego Park he and Blaze went that night. And Jansen says Woodward had what appeared to be injuries on his hands.
Cuts in your hands, that's pretty gnarly. I mean, how do you think you got those from the fight club?
Sam said he was involved with a fight club. He said that he sustained these cuts to his hands after somebody was clawing at him during one of the fights.
When I swung at him, I kind of fell on my ass. And I usually try and have my hands to break my fall from, and so I landed on some rocks.
I've heard of fight clubs, but I just didn't believe it. Anytime that Sam Woodward was walking around the station, when he touched the doorknobs, he would cover his hands with the sleeves of his sweatshirt. Is he attempting to cover up fingerprints? Is he attempting to cover up DNA? It was definitely something that stood out.
Nearly a week after that interview with police, when Blaze's body was found, investigators went looking for Sam Woodward once again.
Investigators said that when they searched Woodward's bedroom, there was some damning evidence. They found a knife with blood on the handle and on the tip of the blade. They also found bloodstains on a sleeping bag outside his window and on the driver's side of his car.
The knife that was found in Sam Woodward's room, the areas of the vehicle that had apparent blood in it, the sleeping bag that was found on the side of Sam Woodward's home, they were all tested for DNA, and those results concluded to be the blood from Blaze Bernstein.
Fuck, man.
With this new evidence, police are now ready to make an arrest.
Under arrest, 20-year-old Samuel Lincoln Woodward suspected of killing Blaze Bernstein.
Police say DNA evidence led them to arrest the 19-year-old's former high school classmate.
I remember thinking to myself, that's the guy that was on the phone.
I want to find Blaze as much as you do.
At the time I thought, I wonder what my brother was thinking before he died. I wonder if he was in pain, or I wonder if he could have saved himself. And I think once Sam was arrested, I knew my brother didn't have a chance.
But something authorities were playing pretty close to the vest was motive. Why would Sam Woodward want to kill Blaze Bernstein? As the days unfolded, investigators would confront a possibility they hadn't even originally contemplated.
Not only was this murder, we're starting to see a bigger picture. It was absolutely shocking.
This morning, the Orange County District Attorney's Office filed one felony count of murder against 20-year-old Newport Beach resident Samuel Woodward.
Before joining ABC News, I spent 26 years as a deputy district attorney in the Orange County DA's office, and for a time, I was one of the prosecutors consulting on this case. Sam Woodward was taken into custody 10 days after Blaze went missing, and 3 days after his body was found.
There was the victim's DNA on property that was in the control of the defendant.
I remember that moment well. I was sitting in my room. I was watching on television, and I just thought to myself, it's finally happened. Now what?
How Blaze was murdered, now an excruciating reality for the Bernsteins, the focus turned to why.
Blaze was stabbed nearly 20 times in the neck. Using a knife to kill is particularly violent because you have to be up so close. That many wounds says this was likely a crime of rage or of passion, more personal than your typical murder. So as a prosecutor, my next question would be, who is Sam Woodward and what was his relationship with Blaze?
I had no clue why Blaze would be meeting with Sam. You know, they were never really friends in school. I just know that everybody else got bad vibes from him.
Woodward grew up in Newport Beach, the wealthy suburb south of LA in Orange County. He was a Cub Scout and Eagle Scout, and as we know, Woodward spent part of his high school years at OSHA, the same elite art school where Blaze had also been a student.
It took me a couple of minutes as I watched the footage. It started to dawn on me, oh my God, that's the Sam I taught. Every kid in my acting for the camera class, it was film work. So I said, everybody pick your favorite movie and bring me a scene or a monologue from that film. And he said, I want to do something from the Army. So I gave him Brad Pitt's speech in Inglourious Bastards.
As a bushwhacking guerrilla army, we're going to be doing one thing and one thing only. Killing Nazis.
The provocative Quentin Tarantino World War II thriller is about a plan to assassinate Nazi leaders by a band of Jewish soldiers.
It weighs heavily on me that I introduce him to something that later on came back to haunt us all.
Huh.
A.C. Thompson, an investigative reporter for ProPublica, uncovered some disturbing information when digging into Woodward's background.
When I started reporting on Sam Woodward, what really stuck out to me was this. Sam Woodward was a member of the Atomwaffen Division, which was a neo-Nazi terrorist group that aimed to bring down the U.S. government and incite a race war.
Atomwaffen posted violent propaganda videos online to spread a message of hate and to help recruit new members.
The Atomwaffen Division was a neo-Nazi group that existed from about 2015 to 2020. They were inspired by Charles Manson. They were also inspired by Tim McVeigh, the Oklahoma City bomber. They weren't interested in protests or marching in the streets. They wanted to kill people.
That organization was hell-bent on destroying America within, taking down the system.
My reporting team and I got access to thousands and thousands of private chat messages that were between members of the Atomwaffen group. Sam Woodward was one of the people in these chats.
Writing in the chats under the alias Saboteur, Woodward spewed anti-Semitic, anti-gay, misogynist hate.
When we executed the search warrants on several electronic devices, including computers and cell phones and laptops, there were thousands of images of white supremacist propaganda and hundreds of images to include the Atomwaffen division.
But Woodward's interest in Atomwaffen apparently went beyond just talk in a chat room. Also found on Sam Woodward's devices was a picture with James Mason. He's a neo-Nazi whose writings Atomwaffen members describe as a main influence on the group, along with a photo of Woodward in a skull mask giving the Nazi salute.
Now we're starting to see a bigger picture. Not only was this just a murder, there's a high probability that Sam Woodward killed Blaze Bernstein because he was homosexual, possibly because he was Jewish, or a combination of both.
I'm here to announce the Orange County District Attorney's Office will file an amended complaint, a hate crime enhancement accusing Woodward of intentionally committing first-degree murder, due in whole or in part to Blaze's sexual orientation. We will prove that Woodward killed Blaze because Blaze is gay.
What do you make of the fact that it's very possible that a neo-Nazi killed Blaze in the United States?
Yeah, if that's the case, that's going to be the biggest tragedy of this story.
He's the grandson of a Holocaust survivor. This can happen anywhere. You aren't safe from this type of hate.
But something else that's still not adding up, how are Blaze Bernstein and Sam Woodward connected? They were both from Orange County, but Blaze, a young gay Jewish man, and Woodward, a member of a neo-Nazi group, seemed to have nothing else in common. Why were they together that night in the first place? Sam Woodward would have his day in court with a stunning new look and a surprising defense.
It's like fucking Manson.
While Sam Woodward was arrested for killing Blaze Bernstein in January 2018, it would take 6 years for him to face a jury. Woodward was charged with first-degree murder, a hate crime. He pleaded not guilty.
19-year-old Blaze Bernstein was stabbed repeatedly.
Alright, we're gonna do the plays now.
2018, and now,
Please.
6 years later, that trial
Please,
finally
man.
begins today.
By the time the trial was starting, I'd already
One
left the DA's
more.
office, but I was watching the proceedings closely.
Alright.
Still, no one seems prepared for the Sam Woodward that has led into Judge Kimberly Menach's
Actually, I might jump off this.
There was almost like a gasp from some people, just to kind of that visceral reaction to kind of seeing him. Long, dark, stringy hair, long, dark beard, you know, covering his face. It's hard not to kind of draw mental comparisons to Charles Manson.
Manson, yep.
Blaze Bernstein was found with 28 stab wounds.
Senior Deputy District Attorney Jennifer Walker's opening statements tell the story of a young man who they say set out to murder 19-year-old Blaze Bernstein in cold blood. That hate crime charge, she explains, that was brought because prosecutors believed the evidence showed Sam Woodward murdered Blaze because he was gay, but not because he was Jewish.
You'll see the cell phone evidence, the defendant's words, the defendant's hate.
But in his opening statements, defense attorney Ken Morrison did something that
Sam Woodward was responsible for that death.
Oh my God.
Is the single most important issue you will need to decide.
This is no longer a trial about guilt or innocence. The question now becomes, did Woodward plan the killing because of a hatred of gay people? Was it premeditated? If the jury agrees, that could mean a first-degree murder conviction and most likely a sentence of life without the possibility of parole.
Morrison argues for a lesser charge of voluntary manslaughter and an acquittal of the hate crime allegation, which would result in a reduced sentence and a chance for parole.
The evidence will show that Blaze Bernstein's sexual orientation had absolutely nothing to do with the reason he was killed.
Jennifer Walker calls her first witnesses, Blaze Bernstein's parents. Gideon Bernstein now faces down the man who killed his son as he recounts the painful moments when the family first realized that Blaze was missing.
You remember where you were when you got the phone call?
I do remember that.
And why does that stand out in your mind?
Because it was the beginning of hell.
Jennifer Walker then brings an Orange County Sheriff's deputy to the stand to describe what he watched Sam Woodward do on January 5th, 2018, after police decided to put Woodward under surveillance.
What did you observe?
I observed him what appeared to be cleaning his vehicle, the interior and exterior.
He had in his possession what looked like a spray bottle of cleaning product.
Scrubbing the driver's side door.
It was very strange to us. What was he cleaning? Why?
Jennifer Walker then digs into the heart of her hate crime argument, portraying Sam Woodward as somebody who changed from Eagle Scout to neo-Nazi.
He had developed his long-standing beliefs against Jewish people and gay people and started joining groups that espouse the views.
This is where Woodward's involvement in the extremist group Atomwaffen becomes key for the prosecution. Investigators say they found these images on Woodward's personal devices.
The prosecution calls an ex-member to the stand whose voice has been altered and his face obscured at the request of the court. He's also using an alias.
Good morning, Mr. Murphy.
Prosecutors allege that Woodward sought out the group, and once there, the fires of his hatred were further stoked as he attended multiple meetings.
So this summer of 2017, Austin, Texas, tell us what you and Sam Woodward did.
We took propaganda photos. That involved us throwing up Nazi salutes. Put the Atomwaffen logo on the photos, for propaganda purposes.
The prosecution also presents what Woodward himself labels Sam's diary of hate, emails he sent to himself over a 7-month period in 2017.
The prey that the defendant had chosen was gay people. And he kept a diary of his feelings and intentions.
And who did the prosecution allege that he was, quote, hunting? Well, they say that Sam Woodward had been visiting online dating sites to connect with gay men.
Downloaded Grindr so I could send photos of their fellow sodomites getting killed and tell them that they're going to be next. They're terrified. LMAO. This is too much fun. They think they're going to get hate crimed, and it scares the out of them.
And this is how the prosecution claims Sam Woodward targeted Blaze while he was hunting for victims on the dating app Tinder. The two men first connected on the app in June of 2017, 3 years after they'd been classmates at OSHA. And then again, the night Blaze disappeared. The last exchange is allegedly what led to their encounter in Borrego Park.
And then here is where the luring starts. And the defendant says, "Is anyone near you right now? Because I just wanted to say." And Blaze says, "Nope. No, what? No one is near me." And the defendant says, "I might make an exception for you." And the defendant says, "Look, do you have Snap?" And then we have Blaze snapping his address to the defendant at 10:37 p.m. on January 2nd of 2018.
Crazy.
According to prosecutors, the trap had been set.
Evolution.
Right into it that night when he agreed to meet up with Sam Woodward.
But when it's the defense's turn to present its case, jaws will drop in the courtroom because the star witness will be the defendant himself, Sam Woodward. And the crux of the defense's case, that Sam had a secret and would go to any lengths to hide it, even if he had to kill.
He kept saying something that I can only remember as, "I got you already. I got you, I got you."
The hell?
another day of court. It's definitely a
fuck?
challenge emotionally and mentally to get up and just have to go and do this.
We are 6.5 years since my son was killed. We are all going through our own personal hell right now. The prosecution rested last week, and we're now listening to defense witnesses.
What?
Sam Woodward's defense attorney, Ken Morrison, is making his case.
Sam did not hate Blaze for any reason.
Remember, the defense has acknowledged that 26-year-old Sam Woodward killed Blaze Bernstein, but they insist it was neither a premeditated murder nor a hate crime.
You will also hear lots of additional evidence that helps to explain why this homicide was committed.
But just as Morrison starts laying out his case, the defense team is dealt a blow. The judge rules that some evidence is inadmissible, including that mysterious last text message sent from Blaze's phone on the night of the murder. I did something really horrible for the story, but also no one can ever know.
Ooh.
The jury then hears how Sam Woodward was diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder, which the defense says hindered his ability to make and maintain friendships and contributed to Sam's acute sense of isolation and loneliness.
This helps to explain
Fireplace
how
stats?
starved Sam was for the camaraderie, brotherhood, and acceptance, and how profoundly vulnerable he was to recruitment into groups like Adam Waffen.
The defense claims Sam Woodward's participation in Atomwaffen wasn't as much about ideology as it was about connecting with others and just having a good time. Morrison calls former Atomwaffen member Tyler Wiesing to the stand.
So would you characterize the camp as very serious in terms of the ideology, goals, training, that sort of thing?
That was the intent and the image. In the reality, it was a bunch of people getting drunk and not taking things seriously.
As for those Tinder messages, the prosecution argued
Can't you search
Sam
by
Woodward
country?
went online to hunt and terrorize victims. Morrison says that never happened, and he argues that in this case, it was Blaze who pursued Sam.
June 15, 2017, Blaze Bernstein saw Sam's profile on Tinder, and Blaze Bernstein initiated the first contact with Sam Woodward, not the other way around.
So what?
And then Sam says, thing is, you're not too shabby looking yourself, Blaze. Blaze says, ah, well, thanks, Sam. That's sweet of you. Emoji. Sam says, yeah, you're cute, TBH, to be honest.
According to the defense, Sam Woodward was repressing his own feelings of homosexuality, which could help explain the reason behind, quote, Sam's diary of hate.
He's trying to kind of keep this as like this hidden away part of his life. That these hate diary entries are simply narrative constructs to cover up that part of him should Atomwaffen members get suspicious.
Morrison argues that Sam Woodward was tortured by his sexual identity because of what he claims he heard at home. He calls Woodward's mother, Michelle, to the witness stand.
Ms. Woodward, was it ever communicated to your children that homosexuality is a sin?
Yes.
And who communicated that?
My husband.
The defense calls James Markle to the stand, please.
Family friend James Markle tells the court about an incident he says Michelle recounted to him about Sam's father, Blake.
Was there any particular word that Michelle Woodward told you that she would hear Blake call Sam?
He would say, K.
But when called to the stand, Sam Woodward's father, Blake, denies using any homophobic slurs.
Would you make derogatory remarks about homosexual people in Sam's presence?
No.
But ultimately, the case would hinge on the testimony of the one person who was there the night Blaze Bernstein was killed, Sam Woodward.
The defense is calling on Samuel Woodward.
For the defense, calling
I don't think we can get that low down, to be honest.
it can be viewed as a Hail Mary or as a very shrewd tactic to play on the jury's sympathies.
And Mr. Woodward, can I ask you if you're able to move the hair out of your face a little bit?
Sam Woodward's defense attorney, Ken Morrison, takes Woodward through the story of his life, arriving at a key question.
Look at
Sam,
back.
is there ever a time in your life that you can recall where you wondered whether you might be gay?
No. No, I can't say really there was, no.
This may have just blown up Ken Morrison's defense, which hinges on the argument that Sam Woodward was struggling with his sexual identity. And that will become hugely
He's already
important
97.
because of what Morrison is about
What
to
does it
argue
give?
Blaze did that night, which he says provoked the attack.
You will learn that Blaze Bernstein was not killed because of who he was, but because of what he did to Sam Woodward after they met up.
What will Sam Woodward say happened that night?
When you drove to Blaze Bernstein's house to pick him up, Sam, were you planning to kill him that night?
It's day 28 of the trial.
Yeah, I can go, boss.
Defense attorney Ken Morrison is questioning his client about the night that he and Blaze ended up in Borrego Park.
This is passing crap, so
I'm pretty
crap.
sure I said we should hang out at some point. Or it'd be cool if you wanted to, and right after that, he said to me that he was actually free this night, right now. And at that point, I said, alright, cool.
Passing
Sam Woodward
plus
testifies
15.
that after picking up Blaze near his house, the two men
Finishing.
eventually arrived at the park. There, on a bench, Woodward claims the night took a dark
Shot
turn.
power, long shots, volleys, pounded.
Woodward said he smoked some marijuana, was starting to kind of get drowsy, kind of nod off, feels something, and opens his eyes.
I saw a hand right on my crotch with my pants unbuckled. I looked right up and I saw him, and he had his phone in his hand. He kept saying something that I can only remember as, I got you already. I got you, I got you, I got you, I got you, hypocrite. I heard him maybe use the word outed in the same sentence. I couldn't exactly remember.
If Sam Woodward is to be believed, Blaze was threatening him, and that's what made Woodward snap.
What, if anything, did you think he was doing with his cell phone?
I thought he might photograph me. I thought he might send text messages. I thought he might be trying to record me.
So at any point in time, did you see Blaze actually appear as though he was texting any messages?
Yes.
Sam Woodward says his fear was that there had been an image or video taken and that his family would learn about it.
I grew up in a home with my mother and my father and my brother. Loved them more than I can almost speak about. My father, though, if he'd heard about something like that got out somehow, I couldn't fathom that.
Sam Woodward then describes how he says
Oh, excuse me.
I found one of the knives that I had used to open up the container of marijuana. I just kept driving and driving and driving and driving the knife down.
When you say driving the knife down, Sam, were you stabbing Blaze?
At that point, yes, I was.
In an effort to try to dispel any argument that this was a hate crime, Morrison asks Sam Woodward two final questions.
When you drove to Blaze Bernstein's house to pick him up, Sam, were you planning to kill him that night?
No, not at all.
Did you hate him because he was gay?
No, not at all.
But now, here's where the gamble of putting Woodward on the stand could either pay off or lose big.
Garucci.
Okay, so walk me through it, sir.
On cross-examination, Jennifer Walker attacks Woodward's credibility.
The left side of his neck was closest to you, right? If he's sitting to your right?
Everything was a blur.
Well, how did you stab him 14 separate times on the left side of his neck when he was sitting right next to you?
I can't remember.
And how did you stab him 5 separate times on the right side of his neck when he was sitting to your right?
I can't remember.
After a trial full of fits and starts, spanning almost 3 months, the case goes to the jury. The jury deliberates for about 8 hours.
We, the jury, in the above entitled action, find the defendant, Samuel Woodward, guilty of the crime of first-degree murder.
It's an emotional moment, even for the court clerk.
A felony and violate. Just 1 second.
Sure.
I've prosecuted a lot of murder cases, and I can't say I've ever seen a court clerk react like that.
We, the jury, in the above entitled action, find it to be true that the defendant, Samuel Woodward, committed hate crime, first-degree murder.
We are thrilled.
Ooh, King's definitely quicker.
Which holds Samuel Woodward accountable for the brutal, violent,
But I like boss.
painful murder of our son. Justice has been served. Thank you.
Breaking news now, an emotional afternoon in an Orange County courtroom. The sentencing has just been handed down for the man convicted in the hate crime murder of Blaze Bernstein.
This time the court does sentence the defendant to state prison for the term.
We'll go King.
Possibly parole.
The jury said that they saw this as a hate crime and that hate is not going to get you anywhere in this world.
Ooh, boss gets 5-star,
7 years
5-star.
since Blaze Bernstein's murder, the family of Sam Woodward has never
Where is his
spoken
card at the
about
moment?
their court testimony.
Let me have a look at it at the moment.
Bernstein say the Woodwards did leave something for them back in 2018.
Have they reached out to you, by the way?
Yeah.
We found a note under our doormat.
What did it say, this note?
He's already got 3. What's Boz got?
Orange County Sheriff's investigator Sergeant
He's got
Dylan
2.
Jansen
Oh, Boz is it. Boz is the one.
In the initial days of the investigation, how many hours would you say you spent at this park here?
Countless. I spent a lot of time over here just looking, thinking.
Get in there, son.
You know, what was the truth, what's not the truth.
We may never know exactly what happened the night Blaze was murdered, or what that last text message meant. But Sergeant Jansen can answer one question based on the evidence.
And that cell phone, even though it was damaged, we were able to send it to various companies to restructure the cell phone and extract any and all information on there.
Were there any pictures of that night?
No.
This park is pretty meaningful for you.
We stop here and go check out the garden of rocks that are now over in the corner.
Do you feel
I
that you get
brought
a little bit of
another
closure every
2.
time you put one more rock down?
I don't even know what closure is. You know,
Damn.
as a child, I think maybe closure for me will be just being able to look at all of these things and be happy.
Almost 7 years after I walked in Borrego Park with the Bernsteins, the memorial of painted stones honoring their son has blossomed. Jeannie and Gideon have both moved away from Foothill Ranch, but they tell me they still find solace in this place.
I don't have any camps.
In the Jewish tradition,
Only
it
2
is
camps.
a thing that you put rocks at a gravesite.
And there's a permanence to it.
It gives us some feeling of connection connection to people, the people that will hear our story and understand the importance of eradicating hate in this world. This is about love.
Since 2018, the Bernsteins have been building a movement. They call it Blaze It Forward.
The Blaze It Forward campaign
Hello.
based off of the
How are you, mate?
idea that as a community we can make a difference and we can change the way that this world works.
Hey, can.
We're able to take that in my brother's honor to try and encourage people to just do one good thing every day.
They participate in local pride parades, and Jeannie hosts a podcast featuring people doing good in the world.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sam Woodward's parents, Blake and Michelle,
Yeah, why are these ones
never
coming up?
responded to an interview request
Oh,
from
he
ABC
is.
News, but they did write a letter to the court submitted at sentencing. It reads, in part, in the past, you could
Maybe they
look
got
at
too
Sam's
much.
eyes and be surprised at the level of sensitivity and
Hmm.
warmth. It's one of his best traits. Now, he's too vulnerable to let you look him in the eyes. He committed a crime, but he is not a person without value, unworthy of respect.
Speaking about the Woodward parents, they left a note at
They
your
did.
house.
They did.
2018, right?
They did. At the time,
I just started on Saturday on FC Mobile, and I already a 96 rated team.
Nice.
That both families
Good job.
are going through a hard time right now. I don't think that she had any idea how hard of a time we were having.
But there's another letter that holds more meaning for Jeannie and Gideon, discovered after the trial, tucked among the colorful painted stones of Blaze's
Yeah,
memorial.
fuck it, we'll give him that.
This is a copy of a note that was left for us in the park by one of the jurors. She basically says in this letter
FC
to
Mobile.
Blaze that
Is that any good?
sorry that she didn't get to know him.
Thank you everyone for coming to class today.
So Blaze would be 27.
Want me to tell you the rating of cards?
Sure, mate.
Like today. How do you live?
Oh, you're gonna train.
Fantastic. I know that about Blaze, and he'd be making people
Oh,
happy.
nah, you're gonna train one at a time.
Blaze is always on my mind. I think about him from the minute I wake up until I go to bed at night. He was my person.
He was a piece of man. Was gone. But
Go for it, mate. Tell us your team.
whatever he's done to make an impact on this world is what we're going to leverage and try to make sure that people never forget about our son and what happened.
Sam Woodward's defense lawyer, Ken Morrison, David, says his client didn't get a fair trial. Woodward has appealed.
Morrison claims there are several appellate issues because of evidence the jury was not allowed to see. In the meantime, that is our program for tonight. Thanks so much for watching. I'm David Muir.
And I'm Deborah Roberts. From all of us here at 2020 and ABC News, good night.
No way.
Is that it actually came from Patsy's art supply.
It's a double story.
They participate in local pride parades and
Struggling with his sexual identity.
Terrorist group work.
its case,
Looked at each other.
Next. Next.
Hey guys, it's Nate, aka the Footer Count.
The Footer Count.
Welcome back to the channel. Even though Ultimate Tots isn't until this
SD 102 LW 100 RW 92 C2 100 RM 98 L 103. The defense is Mosley 98 or 91.
throughout the rest of this week, but that is not all. Our
102.
players, the full PSG squad is out in packs, and we have a new upgrade
What?
pack today, potentially giving us a slightly better chance of packing these cards. We're going to talk about that, the new player picks coming today, and we finally know the Icon SBC that is going to be the first Icon SBC we've had in ages on FC25. Let's talk about all that and more in today's video. If you're excited for it, drop a thumbs up and subscribe if you are new. Now let's start things off by looking over yesterday's Sunday content where EA did a lot of little things right to actually make it kind of a good day of content. I'll talk more about
Well, look at
in
mobile.
a second, but one of the first parts of that is the fact that this Ivan Toney SBC might be the best budget striker in the game. Guys, look at those playstyle pluses. It doesn't get any better than that for a striker. Rapid, low driven, and finesse plus with 95 shooting, 94 dribbling. He doesn't have the 5-star skill moves. That's the only thing, in my opinion, that this card is missing. He's got the 5-star weak foot, though. He's got the great playstyle pluses, the great stats, 99 jumping, 98 heading, 97 finishing, and 99 penalties with great dribbling stats as well, and great playstyles. The base playstyles even. Chip shot is nice to have in a base. Power shot, he's got the first touch, the trickster, the Trivella.
I forgot I just added a 100 Beckham to right wing, sorry.
Ah.
And guys, he's got advanced forward plus plus.
Nice.
Poacher plus plus, and the dude is an 84 and an 85 rated squad. Like, come on, that is a incredibly cheap SBC for a very good card. No wonder he's 87.
So 2 days for that one, 2 days for that one, 3 days for that one, 3 days for that one, 3 days for that one.
For the summer or something like that. Like, this is a awesome
Oh.
and continues the trend of Saudi League and MLS TOTS player SBCs being absolutely like cheap, like on the floor, as cheap as they can get price. So that's an insane card for the price, in my opinion. Literally for free with that fire. Get it from the daily upgrade SBCs.
Jiria and Kuni
EA
Cross.
Sports. Now, we had another icon pick released yesterday. Of course, we already have the 93 plus. It is out in game. That's the one that I'm enjoying crafting towards at the moment. It feels like it's a worthy place to put all my high rated fodder in. The 91 plus pick does not include Immortals. This is the new one that was dropped yesterday, but it does include some of the Dream Chasers. It includes Team of the Year's Future Stars, Grassroots, and Foot Birthday. So there's still some good players you can get into this. The draw to this is it's a lot cheaper. It's
Mabel looked like someone I don't want to say his name.
Coins worth of value, but here's the interesting part. It requires exactly 87, 8 of them, and exactly 88, 8 of those as well, squads, along with an 88 regular squad and an 89 regular squad. You might be like, Nate, are 87s and 88s going up like the 86s did? Because
Aussie squad, mate.
Pick? Nope. 87s and 88s are still minimum price. Why is that? The 91 plus icon pick that just came out is unlimited repeatable, like the Encore pick. Well, there's way more hype for this.
Also guard is 103.
Talked about this already. People that are chasing cards that they haven't been able to buy off the market.
My goalie.
Evolutions.
Oh, nice.
More hype with that.
I didn't know the ratings were like that.
Second tier icon player pick. That's the reason why 87s and 88s have not gone up. Could they go up a little bit? Potentially, but I wouldn't bank on it. I wouldn't really invest in that, in my opinion. EA is still trying to get these
It's
Rully
Rully.
off the floor, and this is their way to do it. They stopped doing this for a little bit with the 89s and the 90s. It looked like they were going to be done doing it. They're not. They're trying to get these fodder prices off the floor. EA just drop exchanges. That'll fix the problem, but yet they still do not do that. So that's kind of the situation there with the 91 mixed icon pick. Actually, since we're here talking about fodder, let me just throw this out there. How are 95 Quinteto and Forsberg under or at 20,000 coins when the rest of the 95 rated TOTS cards are 25 and 26k? And if you actually zoom in on 95 rated team of the season cards, none of them have been below 23,000 coins when they've been in packs. Like Boskagli, we were looking at him. He was expensive when he was out, at least right away. This Vanaken card was as low as 22,000 coins, now up to 35,000 coins. Letizier is another cheap. 95 was never below 20,000.
Benny, look at this Benny card.
Ghoul, Schick were never below 23,000.
I only know I'm finishing.
95% of my reserves are bronzes and silvers.
That is
Yeah.
must buy club
Yes.
Not like go crazy, buy 100 or 200 of them, but just buy one, put it in the transfer list, put it in the club for whatever budget you're on, and hopefully those higher rated TOTS cards can eventually start to move
I'll
up.
put Big Cedar in the goals.
Coming, we're going to talk about it today, but that seems like kind of a no-brainer investment for me. Now, let's go through the rest of yesterday's content, the little things, right, that made it a pretty good day. We go to objectives. We have not one, but 2 cups. We have the Saudi Cup and the MLS Cup. And guys, before we get into the rewards, this is only 5 wins, play 5 and win 5 for each mode. You get a TOTS upgrade for each one of these. The MLS Cup here, you get a 5-5 boost and a max 94 overall. Tots card being able to be boosted up to a 95. Again,
Oops.
the evolution glitch does not work anymore. EA fixed the cosmetics that were allowing that glitch to happen.
Let's go.
In the Saudi Cup, you get the exact same thing. Plus 1 boost, 5-star
Level up.
for a max 94 team of the season card. You get John Duran for playing 5. That's actually not a bad card for the Saudi Cup, and for the MLS Cup, you get a Costa. Not a bad card either. Some packs inside of this, and the game mode is Golden Goal. You absolutely love to see it. It's unlimited games. It says 20 matches remaining, but in this Golden Goal mode, what they do is they give you 20 matches per hour, so you don't get gameplay banned if you're just playing this game and you lose a lot.
Uber Eats plays FIFA.
So it's 20 games per hour, but it refreshes every hour. So it's basically unlimited games. For the MLS Cup, you do have to use a couple of specific.
I got the sprint glitch.
These players, and for the Saudi Cup, actually it's backwards. For the MLS Cup, you have to use 2 Argentines and 2 MLS. For the Saudi Cup, you play 2 Saudi players and 2 Portugal, and you match up together. See how it says versus the TOTS MLS Cup? So if you're playing with the Portuguese and Saudi League players, you're going to play against the players who are using the MLS and the Argentinian cards. But it's the rewards here, guys. I know this is a small dub, but it's a dub. You actually get those good players in packs that we just looked at, but you get a lone
Fucking sports game of the year, my fucking ass, man.
Cristiano Ronaldo, 6 million coins. Lionel Messi, 7 million coins. I know they're 5-game loans, but who cares? EA is literally giving out 13 million coins worth of Team of the Season cards right here for you and I, for all of us, to try. I haven't finished my week in these games yet. Am I going to try out these cards? Absolutely. I'm going to try them out for a couple games in week. You bet. Just make sure you don't use all your games with these cards, because you can then use the Messi and Ronaldo in friendlies for the rest of the year, and it won't count for their games played. So use them in a couple of games, right? 4 games. Leave that last loan game on the card. That's kind of
How's that a foul on me? It took me out.
I know they're loans. It's not like they're giving you the actual card. That'd be way too good, of course. But that's cool that we at least get a taste and get an opportunity to use the most elite cards, the GOATs.
Yeah, thanks for the follow, man. Thank you.
GG's EA. That was one of the little bits of content yesterday that I thought was pretty good. Now, to Evolutions, to wrap it all up from yesterday's content. Come on, more energy.
Come on.
Attacking mid Evo El Kibe. This actually gives some really good boost to dribbling and to passing. You get to 94 dribble and 94 passing. You don't get that big of a pace boost or shooting boost, but it's meant for a
can't sprint.
Center attacking mid. And you know what? Mr. Maradona does fit really well into this one. 96 dribble for the right wing version. I have to go up to 94 passing because it's the Tiki Taka Plus. This is a good Evo. It does give kind of a sneaky boost to some of the certain statistics. It gives 99 ball control and 99 composure. And I think that might go a little unnoticed on some of these cards. Actually, this
How do you call this game sports game of the year?
There's some Neymar,
I can't even sprint. Because your game's fucking bugged, DA.
No problem.
Fucking sports game of the year. How much money did you fucking pay him off?
Maybe a little bit more, because I'd like my center attacking mid to also be able to hit some goals and maybe have a little bit of pace at least, but it's not a bad Evo for 50,000 points there. So that was the content from yesterday, and it leads us to the team that was released. Of course, the UCL squad, the full release of the PSG players. They are out and they are in packs, and as expected, they are pretty difficult to pack, but the cards are lovely. EA did a very nice job of boosting these cards, in my opinion, in some of the stats. But here's the thing. I know I already said that they're hard to pack. They are really expensive. This is the prime example.
Fixed it.
This 96 Kvaratskhelia, of course, 96 Kvaratskhelia.
Got a fix for it, guys. Unplug your controller and plug it back in.
It has 299 stats in game. This version is 2.3 million coins, and his 96 rated fantasy card, of course, is only 900k. I mean, with the same rating,
Counterattack.
This one's got better playstyle pluses, but this one's also 5.5 and has 2 stats that are 99, a little bit lower in the shooting and the passing. Physical, like literally 1 stat lower. But is it really worth that big of a price difference to be 1.3 million coins more? For the playstyle pluses? I don't know. That's for you to decide, I guess. But this team, they did give him some solid boost, but they're expensive, man.
Tip use. Skills to pass the defenders.
that's got a 4-star skill moves, maybe a little bit.
Nah, it's on pro. It's on professional. It's a 90 team.
200K versus 1.3 mil. My goodness, these cards are just like the Prem.
Oh, what is that pass?
Being very, very expensive. We talked about like the Pacho specifically. Look at his price. This Todd's Pacho.
There's no space to do skills when you're playing pro against a good team.
PSG was winning the UCL. I even tweeted about that these cards were crashing. The Todd's PSG cards were crashing. Because people are like, oh my goodness.
Oh my god!
Pros even use it.
No, I'm playing on professional against a 93 team. You can't use skills. That's what I'm saying. I wasn't saying I'm a pro. Professional. Well, I can't even fucking get the ball. Fuck off.
I actually was able to trade with one of them yesterday. Bought him for 1.5.
Man.
Just
Just trying to make a little small pass and nah. EA's like, nah.
I would expect them to drop today, as I was already kind of mentioning, and that's good, right? But also, I still don't expect them to be super packable. There is a specific upgrade pack that is
Oh my god.
We'll talk about in a minute. They will at least give us a better shot at these. The only thing I wish they
Oh, get past.
Champions League team since it was the UCL team and not like
Told you skills gotta be used.
I wish they would have left them in packs until Friday. Like, why not have them in packs until
Trying to do skills, they steal the ball off me, mate. I'm not a skiller. Just let me play my way.
But these cards are only in packs until tomorrow, Tuesday, an hour before the regular content drop time. So that's that. Those cards are out, but they are pretty expensive. Now, speaking
Play my way.
this is what I want to talk about related to Ultimate Team of the Season. I know it's Monday. We have this full week left on Saudi League and MLS content ahead, but let's be honest, guys. What we're all really looking forward to right now is what's coming after this, because this week of content with the SBCs of the league, all the other actually lack of leaks that we have, we don't have a whole lot right now. We're waiting until Thursday with the
Oh, ref.
season,
Ref!
and then Friday for Ultimate Tots. And the
Motherfucker just got body slammed.
is showing signs of
Are you
panic.
fucking serious, bro?
To think already about what's coming on Friday, but this isn't a surprise. We knew this was coming.
Fucking hell, man.
Rafinha is 2 million coins flat. He was 2.8 mil on Saturday, 2 days ago. Mbappe's under 5. Lamine Yamal, who was 4.5 mil on Friday night, Saturday. We were seeing all these expensive cards. You guys talking about this, right? He's now down.
That wasn't off me. Why are they cheating?
On a lot of these cards, but the reason this isn't a surprise is because it happens every single year for Ultimate Team of the Season, and that's why we had a couple days of a heads up, and we knew that this was going to happen. But first, why do prices crash, and what even is Ultimate Tots? If you're new to FC25 or if you need a refresher,
Oh, it came back off. Bullshit.
release of the
Bullshit.
best cards from all the long weeks of Team of the Season of this promo that we have had so far. It's the most ultimate of Tots cards, all released in packs. Now, it's not everything released. We're not going to have hundreds and hundreds of Tots cards in packs. Unless EA do something different this year, usually what you have is a couple of key players from each league that have been released. So, like, for La Liga, you might have all three of these guys. Rafinha,
Oh my god.
Mbappe, the nitro and defender,
Bruh.
Liga, Rudiger, and
How?
Pedri, maybe a couple other players. It's usually like 4 to 5 to 6 players per league, which makes up a pretty big squad of players from all the different leagues we've had released, and it's Ultimate Team of...
Oh.
And it sounds awesome, right? This is
I got it.
last year's FC24 squad. You had the Messi, Haaland, Mbappe, Vinny, Bellingham, Bonmati.
Oh.
Right? You go down, look how big this squad is. Look how many players are in packs.
Oh.
It's a really big squad.
Come on.
But this year, I think the squad might even be bigger, because if you think about it, we've had so many leagues. We've had so many cards in packs during the season this year compared to previous years, because we have 3 teams every single week. So I'm really curious to see if they do mix it up this year for Ultimate Tots, and we're going to be watching the leaks and news and see if there's
No.
something like that this week. But this sounds awesome, right? Oh, the best Tots cards are in packs, but we know every single year what happens. The pack weight is cheese, and of course,
Oh my
you
god.
throw in a couple of lower rated cards, some 94s, a couple 93s, and
Give me the ball back.
they're pretty cheap because sure, there's got to be some cards in packs that are a little more packable, right? But it doesn't mean that, like, just because they're only putting 97s and 96s in their main team of the season, that they're going to be more packable. That's not what it means.
Oh, ref!
Just kind of temper your expectations based off of that.
I think you can cross, man, on harder games.
Yeah, well, they're still very difficult to pack, but it makes prices crash. Take a look at this Harry Kane card. Of course, last year during Bundesliga Tots, he was 4 million coins. And people know that Ultimate Tots
released.
He was the highest rated card in Bundesliga team this season. Last year, Ultimate Tots started on Friday the 31st. Harry Kane was 1.8 mil on that day.
Oh, come on!
In price, he was down 1 million coins from the week before. People knew it was coming, and then he still got re-released in packs and went down to 800k within a day. Look, 1.8 mil the next day.
Riff!
He's down 1 million coins.
God just got taken out, bro.
4.1 mil. To 800,000 coins in 2 weeks. That is what we are currently seeing with these cards.
Oh, come on, man! Get him off!
Retegui, who I packed during Serie A.
Fucking useless.
I gotta use him more. He's gone up a ton. He's went from 1.5 mil up to 2. He was 2.3 mil in the Friday night bubble. This is a great example of a card that you gotta get out right now. Even though
fucking shit, mate.
2 mil to 1.
I'm missing easy shots. Not even at the fucking target, mate.
100,000 coins, and then as he should get re-released in packs of Ultimate Team of the season, he's going to drop even more. That's a card to be careful about. Virgil van Dijk, any Tots card that is 95 rated or above is at risk for being re-released into Ultimate Team of the season, meaning getting re-released in packs, having a huge drop in price. This is why people are panic selling right now. Now, of course, it's tough because you don't know who exactly is going to be getting in. And that's where
okay, EA. No worries. How is that not a foul? Fucking dogs, man.
Could throw in a Ryan Gravenberch, or they could put in a Federico Valverde team of the season card, who's also 95 rated. He's way cheap, right? But he's still a 95 rated midfielder. So one of those could get in, one of those might not. They might both get in. Who knows? That's what I'm saying. There's still a little bit of variability with this. We don't know what EA is going to do this year. But one thing we do watch out for every single year of this week of panic selling, when we do see the leaks, if a player is not released in the team, like this Goretzka card last year, he was getting panic sold, right? Like, boom, crazy drops. He's expected to be re-released in the Ultimate Tots. He doesn't get in. What happens? He goes from 800k up to 900. He goes up over 100,000 coins. But the price rise is short-lived because the next week he's crashing time as we get into summer content. The same thing's going to happen this year. So just watch out for some panic selling this week. Maybe some Tots cards. Maybe like somebody, I don't know, maybe Vinny doesn't get in. Maybe Pedri doesn't get in from the most recent. It's fresh in our minds that, of course, left packs last week. Or maybe if you go back to a Bundesliga team this season, they don't put in like Elise, who's been one of the most hyped cards this year.
Come on.
Doesn't get in. Maybe that means he
damn it.
But then rebounds back up. Maybe it's Florian Wirtz. Maybe it's Musiala.
From 50 to 94. What a card.
But as we mentioned, and as we kind of looked at that Harry Kane graph, prices are going to continue to fall on most of these 95 plus rated team and season cards until we get to Thursday, to Friday, and we get some news about who is going to be in Ultimate Team of the season. So that's kind of what to expect on the market. And, you know, speaking of the market, just a shade more. I know not everybody's super interested in the market. I do believe that some of the price drops you saw yesterday can be attributed to some people selling cards because the is very high.
First half.
I think you're going to see the continuation of the sell-off of most.
Second half of the extra time.
1.4 mil. She was even a little bit lower than that yesterday. She was down to 1.3s. Like, I do believe you had a bit of extra sell-off after content because people were selling a few of these expensive Tots cards to go try out the new UCL PSG players. But I think you're going to see a slow drop throughout the rest of the week and basically everything in the market.
Let's go!
Right now, I would go for packs. I go for the special cards.
Stratus.
Like, personally, I just picked up a couple of Luis Suarez for 1.26 because I just think this is a card that could end up rising up today because people really want to try him. He was 1.7, 1.8
It's nothing
to start today yesterday. So this is like one of my quick flips for packs cards card that we're going to try to go for today. I don't know why this guy bid 1.36 on Luis Suarez because he's been 1.3 under. But like that's the sort of today. Of course, out of
could you
great to trade with. These UCL cards are going to be great to trade with as well because
come on.
it's just going to come down to time.
Come on!
and League related
Come on, Sam.
to a day of Monday content today where it's looking kind of bleak, to be honest, with the SBCs except we finally know who our next icon player SBC is going to be. Guys, we've been talking about
Bang!
we had an icon player SBC, but the leaked name of the player that has been chosen by our E-Champions League winner Emre Yilmaz is Robin Van Persie. Is that hype is the question. Van Persie has had an SBC already this year. That was his only other promo icon card, but really now all we're waiting on is when is this SBC going to be released? I'm assuming it's going to be leaked. I'm assuming it'll be leaked with official stats. Most of the time these sort of SBCs are, so we're kind of waiting for that, but it should be this week. I don't know if it would be today, if it would be at some point later on, maybe as late as this coming weekend. That'd be like the latest possible date in my opinion, because usually EA posted about this themselves. Hopefully they don't take too long to drop it. However, it is Robin Van Persie who's going to be getting the card. Emre won and he chose, and that's who he chose. This version of Van Persie, a lot of people did. I do remember this. Vanessa first 400,000 points for him. They did give him a pretty good pace boost and an okay dribbling boost and a 5-star weak foot from his base icon card. But hopefully this Van Persie that we get is like 95.
Struggled at the start of that game.
In there. And if you go a +5 boost on this card, you're talking really high shooting and dribbling, decent passing, and hopefully pretty usable pace. And if they give him 4 play-style pluses, this could slap. I'm going to expect 3 play-style pluses though, and I'm going to think it's just going to be an okay SBC. We'll have to see what it is as it's leaked and as it ends up getting released. So if that's hype for you, that's incoming. But I think for most of us, if Robin Van Persie was not like the #1 card maybe we hoped, I think a lot of people were really hoping for Vidic. That would have been a great one, but Van Persie is his choice. The rest of Monday content today, like I said, I do not have high hopes. Last week Monday was kind of quiet. We don't have any like fantasy upgrades that we are supposed to be looking for this week. We don't really have a lot of SBCs expiring. We don't have any Evo leaks. That would be the one thing that could change today, guys. Evo leaks, because Mondays in the previous weeks of Team of the Season have given us some pretty good Evos. But upgrade packs today, as we already mentioned, bring an interesting situation. Of course, the 81 plus pick goes away. The 82 plus should be coming back. We like the 82 plus from a couple of weeks ago, but I'm going to be really interested in this pack. The premium upgrade pack this week of the league-specific pack is MLS, Saudi League, Serie A, or League.
Let's put in.
Coded this was to include Team of the Season cards that are in packs right now, and the
should I do cup?
Road to the Final winners. Of course, they included Serie A just in case
Cup.
Inter won as well. This is a really intriguing upgrade pack because it's specific. I wish Serie A wasn't in it. If it was just League 1, MLS, and Saudi League, this pack would be super OP. But I'm going to try some of these today just because I'm super curious at this selection of players with the Saudi and MLS cards and packs and
it's still got to do the 6 Saudis.
I don't think there's a good chance, but I think there's at least a decent chance. Like, when do you have the opportunity to hit an upgrade pack that has 3 different teams of promo cards potentially being able to be packed from it? Like, that's not a common thing. So 9 rares, 2 common golds is what you should need for that upgrade pack incoming today. So I'm going to be hitting some of those. I've already been opening some crafting upgrades to get gold rares in my club. I've got a lot of cold commons in my club too. Actually, I've noticed the 77 times 5s here, they're not terrible. I like them better than the 81 plus picks, but the grind packs, like the grinding packs where you put in the bronze cards, I've actually got a decent amount of fodder from those, and you still get a lot of commons that then you can rinse other SBCs like player picks or these crafting upgrades. So I'm kind of a fan of those grinding upgrades too. But again, those are like a lot of the pack grind right now, which is kind of annoying and kind of like maybe some of us are over it. I know that I feel that sometimes myself. Like, man, I'm over just the grind of trying to rip as many packs as possible. We've been doing it all during Team of the Season. There's so many packs.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
86 plus picks
6.
every single day. It's hard to like get it all done because it's that motivation and the pack weight not feeling that good is the biggest motivation against opening all these packs. Now, these new ones coming today with the premiums and the new 82 plus picks are at least a little bit interesting.
There he is.
But hopefully something changes with those today, and hopefully the wait for those is good. Because if it is, it could end up being a decently fun week to craft on this game.
Well,
but
2 latest picks from the
should really expect today content
what is it called?
maybe an evolution. Watch out for leaks
Encore.
to that. And then, of course, if you look at this elite SBC objective list of players, guys, we've seen almost everybody. That was probably the most popular.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Everybody else. There's
Let's
really
do it.
not a lot that's incoming this week for SBCs. It's going to be very quiet. Evolutions could maybe be the only thing that could bring some hype back. But at least we have a really nice cup, and we still have some other evos that have been out to grind. Like, I got to finish some evolutions myself. I'm kind of behind on the foot champ situation.
I'm gonna play legendary.
It would be a very
I'm gonna play legendary, man.
of the game and get some rivals games in, because this is the last.
Güey, a lo mejor me iban a matar, güey. En una hora regreso. ¿Y en qué venía? ¿En moto?
Do you know that feeling when something just doesn't sit right? That quiet whisper in the back of your mind that says, hey, maybe you shouldn't open that door. Valeria Marquez had that feeling.
Oh dear.
By the time she listened to it, it tragically was all too late. If you don't know who that is, Valeria was a rising influencer in Mexico, and she was beautiful, confident, smart, and hardworking. She was becoming quite popular too, and tens of thousands of people would tune into her every day on TikTok.
Oh.
Now, this day, which was just a regular day in May of 2025, began like any other work day. Valeria was walking to the salon which she ran and owned, just usual routine stuff. But as she walked through those front doors, something immediately seemed off. Someone had stopped by earlier apparently. A man said he had a package for her. But the strange thing is, nobody knew who he was or what the package could be. I mean, Valeria even admitted that she hadn't ordered anything. Weird, right? Later that day, and while she was live streaming,
He's passing on.
actually brought it up. She looked confused and a little unsettled.
Oh, good save.
That's strange. I didn't order anything. But curiosity has a way of beating caution, and so she waited. She stayed on live stream. And when that man came walking back, everything changed. Because right there, in the middle of that live stream, and in full view of her entire audience, Valeria was murdered in cold blood.
That's crazy.
Tightly calculated, and everyone was there to see it in real time. At first, actually people believed it was a twisted prank or some sort of skit. But over time, the facts revealed themselves, and people soon realized that they did this, knew exactly what they were doing. Today's case is one of the most chilling intersections between content and
Bloody hell.
the moment where the screen stopped becoming a barrier and reality hit hard instead. And trust me, it is not just Valeria. In recent years, livestream homicides have surged across the world, with influencers, streamers, and everyday people becoming victims of the casting roles.
It hit me for. Oh, come on, man. Fucking. Didn't know you could just smash someone to get the ball.
So today, we're going to do something a little bit different on this channel and look at this newfound phenomenon. We'll begin with Valeria's case.
Oh.
And a few other stories that have happened in
Fucking hell's going on?
We'll look at the motive and psychological factors behind each killer, but we'll take a look at the societal and cultural ones too, and see if there is anything we can do to stop this trend. Welcome back to Cocktail's Crime Films. My name is Adrian, and if you like true crime with the heaviness it deserves, then please consider subscribing. Now, with that said, please grab yourself a coffee. This is the case of Valeria Marquez and the livestream murders.
Run up. Where are you going, Ronaldo?
Before the fame, the followers, and the flashing lights, Valeria Marquez was just a small girl from Jalisco. Born in 2001, she grew up in a modest household.
Come on!
Her mother worked long hours while her father was
Soon.
Valeria, bright-eyed and stubborn, learned only how to hold her own. She was the kind of girl who turned school uniforms into fashion statements, and one who knew how to draw attention. By her late teens, she had carved out a space online, and what started with makeup tutorials in her
Goal.
bedroom mirror, which was shot on a cracked iPhone and lit with flares, soon turned into something.
Goal.
She seemed to have that spark, and before she knew it, she'd become a rising influencer in beauty and art. After that, her platforms would grow quickly, and by 2024, TikTok and her Instagram had become rather recognizable. But Valeria was smart. She didn't want to rely solely on her platforms. and so instead she used them to her advantage to build her own
Ah.
That is when she
Ah.
conceived the idea of having her own salon, and fast forward several months, she had used the money she had earned through her platforms, and more specifically through sponsorships, to found Blossom the Beauty Lounge. Blossom was the result
Riff!
of
Kick the ball.
Come on, mate.
A woman of only 23 years old, she was doing it all. She was a model, an entrepreneur,
Ah.
a business manager, and an influencer, some that many people in her age would consider a self-made success. On her Instagram page, now with more than 500,000 followers, Valeria can be found posing in her business
Trying.
trips, on top of luxurious yachts, and even on board private jets. Meanwhile, on TikTok, she had amassed over
Ref, that's a tackle.
Yeah. Ridiculous,
Behind
man.
the glossy reels and the storefront, there were now whispers, and in the early months of 2025, many of Valeria's friends claimed that she had become more nervous. She looked over her shoulder more often, would cancel appointments last minute, and,
Oh my God.
more concerningly, would create cryptic stories on her Instagram, which often expressed feelings of betrayal, anger,
Oh!
and danger. It is quite evident that there were
How was that
all sorts of
fucking...
bad
That was a
things
foul
going on
before,
with Valeria.
surely.
She would sometimes talk about fake
Oh!
friends and even a bad relationship gone wrong.
I swear they pay the ref before the match.
Nah. Oh, what's that? There's no way.
Valeria and her friends, and she
God's
would
injured.
never
Who's
talk
injured?
about this online, at least not directly. Meanwhile, on the internet, she would simply just
Oh.
smile for the camera and persevere. Of course,
Mendes.
until one day everything stopped. That day would be May the 13th, 2025. It is hard to know how exactly the morning began with Valeria, but many believe that she must have received some bad news between the evening before and the moment she walked to the store. She had started her morning screen by saying that she was very tired, and some of her viewers could even tell that something was on her mind. But the truth
Oh.
is that we don't quite know what she was
Ronaldo's not that bad at dribbling. Like, what? He would not have that bad a touch. Cheats, man.
After live streaming that morning, Valeria returned to her salon, found in Zapopan, which is 10 miles west of Guadalajara. And after serving
goodness.
clients that day, she once again returned to live streaming. Now, at first, everything did seem normal. She was holding a plush toy while she chatted casually to her fans. But even still, you could tell that Valeria did seem to be uneasy. It is in that moment that she told her fans about an unusual encounter. Someone had visited the salon that morning, claiming that they had an expensive gift for her.
Come on!
This was odd because Valeria had not ordered anything online. Not only that, but she wasn't expecting a present from anyone. The driver would apparently reattempt delivery later that night, and her friend, who was with her at the time in the salon, had also told Valeria to sit tight and wait. It was only a couple.
Do you know why when I'm close to score the guy that I'm using either passes it or ref gives me an offside?
Oh, really?
Approached the shop, you can see that Valeria looked towards the door. Moments later, a man entered the salon, where viewers could hear him ask one question, that being, "Are you Valeria?" And before she could respond, he pulled out a gun. Censoring the video from here on out, the gunman then fired 3 shots into Valeria, with one hitting her chest, one to the neck, and one to the head. She then
Riff!
died instantly. And although the stream continued for several more moments, it would then abruptly end. But only after the camera had captured a
Like me be raging as hell.
And I don't know about you, but she does not seem particularly shocked either.
Then I rage quit.
Emergency services arrived quickly, but sadly, there was no chance of saving Valeria. The gunman fled the scene immediately, with the getaway driver on a motorbike waiting for him outside. And, at the time of making this video, no arrests have been made. This story is already devastating, but if you think that it ends here, think again, because the rumors surrounding her death, the culture that shaped it, and the way that the internet responded will leave you horrified. So, with this case happening very recently,
How is that not a foul?
the rumors. Now, word is on
Oh my
the street
God.
that Valeria had actually found herself in a romantic relationship
Gotta be kidding
with
me.
a man who is known to be quite dangerous, and his name is Ricardo Velasco, also known as Double R. From what we know, Double R is a high-ranking member of the Jalisco cartel, meaning that Valeria could have been romantically connected to one of the most dangerous men in the country. Now, it's speculated that Ricardo grew jealous of Valeria when he noticed that so many of her fans were buying her expensive gifts.
Oh,
And that
Riff!
apparently led to a
Again, man!
relationship. And so, many people believe that he actually planned to have her assassinated, hiring a couple of his thugs in the cartel to take her out.
Oh!
So,
Sean dribbles.
why would he do such a thing? Because not only does that seem to be extremely brazen, but also
Oh my
very
God.
hot. Unfortunately, this comes down to cultural and
Riff!
within Mexico. And so, on that note, let's take a look at their murder rates. By the way, I find this stat to be absolutely
Yeah.
insane, but in Mexico, a staggering 96% of all murders will go unpunished. It seems that the main reasons for this are corruption and several state deficiencies. And with a mere 4% chance of getting caught and put in prison for murder, this does seem to give tremendous power to gang members and other violent people. So, it is certainly possible that if someone has the means and they are willing to hedge their bets, then they will gladly bet on murder. We also need to talk about homicide here, or generalized violence, because in Mexico, it is not just the staggering levels of impunity that allow it to thrive, but also a deeply ingrained culture of hyper-masculinity that fuels it. Add corruption into the mix, where police often turn a blind eye to both gang violence and crimes against women, and tragically, you are left with a recipe for absolute disaster. Authorities are currently investigating this as a possible femicide, which, to be honest, does seem like a very fair assumption. They believe her killer did not know her personally, mainly because he had to ask her for her name. So, on one hand, this could have been a deranged fact, on the other, it might also have been a hit, a murder for hire. To add to this story, there are also alleged leaked messages which are now circulating online. Messages which claim that one of Valeria's victims might have been involved.
Got him!
Now, that theory does make sense, considering it was her friend who ended the live stream after Valeria was shot. And if you remember, she seemed to look very nonchalant when she turned
What
up.
for?
Now, according to
got
these
the ball,
messages,
mate.
it seems that her friend was afraid of being caught.
Fucking
And if
hell.
they are to be believed, then several people may have conspired to see Valeria dead. But what makes this even more disturbing is what happened after she was murdered. The video of Valeria's death can still be found everywhere online, not only being easily found on Telegram and X, but other websites too. I think it took me all of 10 seconds to find, which is just absolutely wild. This entire story is horrifying, in fact. And honestly, I feel so sorry for Valeria, because she was failed in life, and then again in death. I mean, her story shines a light on so many deeply rooted and disgusting modern
Oh, you call that one? Come on.
violence, Mexico's impunity rate, victim blaming, and the sheer lack of accountability on social media platforms. And so, although this case is unsolved, do I think we should be talking about it here? Yeah.
Oh my
absolutely.
God, fuck off.
There are so many problems here. Now,
Can't fucking stop everything, mate.
stop violence
Fucking
in
relax.
real time. However, one thing they can control is how much it is amplified after the fact, and that is something that they consistently fail to moderate.
Oh, go to the
It's not
ball,
just about
mate.
trying to moderate that content, but also all of the hateful comments that follow. And sadly, this case is not so unique either, and there are so many stories like this already out there. Now, I won't talk about this one for too long because I've already covered it.
I've had so many shots.
But many of you will be aware of the story of Valeria satire. On the morning of March the 11th, 2025, 22-year-old Japanese live streamer Airi Sato was fatally stabbed while live streaming in Tokyo's Takadanababa district. It was shortly before 10 AM when she was murdered while recording herself walking a full loop of the Yamanote line. Her killer, who was identified as 42-year-old Kenichi Takano, made no effort to flee from the crime scene after stabbing her several times. However, what makes this case so interesting is the backstory behind these two. I do want to say that Airi never deserved to die, but she did severely wrong Kenichi in the past, and that's what makes this story a revenge killing. As the story goes, Kenichi claimed that he had lent Ari more than 2 million yen, which is equivalent to roughly $13,500 over the course of several months, and when she failed to repay him, well, that's
crazy.
This included her ignoring a court order which ruled that she had to pay him back, and even ridiculing him on live stream. Several weeks later, Irie sustained multiple stab wounds to her face, neck, and torso. She was then rushed to the nearby hospital, but tragically was pronounced dead shortly after arrival. Authorities could then confirm that the cause of her death included a fatal injury
1 and
to
1
the neck.
and 1. Oh, just 1 1 1
After being arrested,
1 1 1 1.
Kenichi admitted that it was quite easy to track her down because all he had to do was follow her live stream. Not only that, but she made it quite obvious that she was touring the Yamanote line because she had mentioned it several times. No surprise, but this incident sparked widespread concern over the safety and privacy of live streamers. Now, of course, this is not an
2 more
isolated
for that.
event, and there are plenty of other streamers out there who have already experienced this problem. And so, on a lighter note, there is no better time than to talk about streamer Johnny Somali. Johnny's the kind of guy who lowers the average IQ of any room he enters, including empty ones. And when he was targeted, there was kind of a reason for it. Johnny Somali, whose real name is Ramzi Ismail, is notorious for his provocative and disgusting behavior abroad. His content typically involves provoking locals, mocking cultures, and deliberately stirring controversy in the name of views. While these shock value
Go on,
is
semi-pro.
not new to streaming, Johnny seems to have taken it to an extreme. Most of you will know him already, but during his time in Japan, he deliberately antagonized bystanders by shouting phrases like Hiroshima Nagasaki in crowded areas. In another incident, he entered libraries and subways only to shout racist or obscene phrases and intentionally tried to disrupt the peace. Throughout this time, he was repeatedly detained by police in Japan,
in jail?
including a brief arrest in Osaka.
How many hours? How many years did he get?
Deportation from the country and a ban on re-entering. And so, what did he do next? He went to South Korea.
Oh my god.
In late 2024, his actions in South Korea drew massive backlash. One of his most notoriously disgusting acts was mocking the Statue of Peace, which, if you didn't know, commemorates Korean victims of wartime and sexual slavery. No surprise, but the response from locals was fierce, and public outrage reached a boiling point. In fact, it would ultimately end with Korean YouTuber and former Navy SEAL Gal Gun-yu beating the baloney out of him. The vast majority of people seem to agree that Johnny had that punch coming, but whether you agree or disagree if the assault was justified or not, what really seems to stand out here is that, yet again, a streamer was not only tracked down, but then physically attacked. And yet again, social media failed before it got too far. I mean, let's be honest, Johnny should have never been monetized for this kind of slop in the first place. Not only did platforms allow him to profit off of cultural disrespect and harassment, but they gave him a megaphone in the process. And the result was that tens of thousands of people were offended, and Johnny got a black eye. Following the punch, Dalgian was fined $7,000 for the assault, but the internet simply was not having it. Support poured in, and his fees were basically covered by hundreds of donations. And this even included a $4,000 donation from YouTuber Donut Operator.
Fucking hell, man! Get the ball!
Meanwhile, Johnny faces legal troubles of his own. In fact, he's actually stuck in Korea while he faces multiple charges for his destructive behavior. I think that's just good fun. As for Dalvin Yu, he later said he just did what any Korean citizen would do. And considering the amount of support he's received, most people agree. Back into the world of rivalry, there is one other case that I would like to talk about today, which I've known for a couple of years, but have never had the opportunity to discuss. And that is the case of Gan So-jong.
Oh my god! I was done!
Gan So-jong was not a typical content creator. He wasn't flashy, wasn't chasing trends, and was not trying to be special. And yet, despite his candid nature, he captured the hearts of millions of people. Better known online as Fatty Goes to Africa, Gan was a Chinese live streamer who had carved out a niche by doing something refreshingly simple.
Oh, parody! Oh, man.
A rather stocky guy with a beaming smile and a bottomless appetite, Gan travelled through countries that most influencers skipped over. Africa was his canvas. Its people, its street life, and its everyday life were all documented in real time for his friends back in China. Whether he was sampling something wildly spicy from a street vendor, or simply laughing with a local who barely spoke his language, Gan seemed to make you feel like you were right there beside him. And it worked, because by late 2022, he had amassed nearly 5 million followers on Chinese platforms like Douyin and Kaishu. His fans called him Little Fatty, a nickname that seemed to somehow capture both affection and charm. And with his popularity, it is no surprise to learn that tens of thousands of people tuned in daily to see where he would wander to next. But it wasn't just the destinations that kept people coming back. It was Gan himself, because he was genuine and unfiltered. You could feel the curiosity and the warmth behind his grin. And off camera, those who knew him described him as generous, endlessly curious, and always up for one more adventure.
Oh, no.
But behind the streams, and behind the easy laughter and cultural snapshots, there was something that his followers never saw. Gan had made an enemy, someone who had stood beside him, but now carried a dangerous grudge. And as we will soon learn, that grudge would follow him halfway across the world. To understand how a live stream could end in murder, we must first back to a time when we met a man named Feng Shenyong. So, Gan met Feng during one of his travels through Africa, and since both of them were Chinese nationals and also content creators, things started off quite well. In fact, Gan would even help Feng during his earlier years, giving him advice, but also helping him grow an audience. And as a marketplace lending a hand to a smaller one, that was incredibly beneficial for Feng. However, that mentorship was not sustainable, because as it turns out, the two had wildly different personalities. And hey, there's nothing unusual or even bad about that. Sometimes it just takes a while to figure these things out. But Feng wasn't the type to accept rejection or second place. And when Gan's following turned into the millions, he started to grow bitter. No one is sure what precisely happened afterwards, but there are rumors that there were many feuds between the two. And being a resentful man that Feng is, he was not prepared to let go. It was around this time that Feng began to spread accusations. He began to claim that apparently Gan would poison his food with COVID, had stolen his money to buy a mobile phone, and had even hired people to trash his house. It is worth noting that none of this was ever proven, but it did paint a picture of someone who seemed to be spiraling into obsession. By the end of 2022, and what had initially began as a friendship had now turned into a dangerous rivalry, one that seemed to be laced with paranoia, jealousy, and deep-seated Gan, for his part, did seem to brush it off, and never made any issue of it online. He kept travelling, kept streaming, and never showed much concern. Maybe he thought that all of it was just noise. And Feng, well, that anger seemed to be eating him alive. And soon, instead of keeping the feud private, he would turn it into something very public. The date was December the 4th, 2022, and just another day on the road for Gan. By now,
Took a nap, LOL.
Live streaming from the heart of the city. The air was bright,
a quick nap.
was alive with colour, and Gan, joined by his two companions, a fellow Chinese traveller,
little short nap,
and a local guide, wandered through the busy streets of Indrachau Square, a maze of temples, vendors, and curious tourists. As usual, Gan was upbeat, cracking jokes, chatting with friends, and showing off the food stalls and street scenes. Thousands of viewers had tuned in live, watching him as he laughed and explored with his people. Just another carefree stream from Fatty Goes to Africa, or so it seemed. Just out of frame, and unknown to him at the time, Feng was just behind him, watching from a distance.
Why did the bicycle kick get missed?
Yeah, he's just cheating, mate.
But only moments later, viewers heard a scream while the camera jolted. Shaky footage would catch a flash of panic, and then it was chaos. Some people
just lots of cheat.
While others were not sure what they were seeing. But the screams, they were unmistakable. Right there, in the middle of the street, he had been stabbed in the chest and stomach by his former friend and peer. And as Gan's phone fell to the floor, the string spun before it cut to black. In a matter of seconds, a light-hearted travel vlog had turned into something far more serious. This was
action! He's so strong!
For thousands to see. Meanwhile, Feng decided not to run. Instead, he was pacing around while yelling horrible things like, "You should have died long ago." Amidst the chaos, Gan's friend Lee had also been stabbed, who lay nearby, crying out for someone to help him. Eventually, locals stepped in. Some rushed to Gan's side, while others tackled Feng to hold him down until the police arrived.
Ah, what was that?
Flared through the market. Paramedics then lifted Gan into an ambulance and rushed him to the National Trauma Center. Back online, thousands of fans were still shocked. The live stream had cut off so suddenly, and many were still left wondering if what they saw was actually some horrifying hoax. Messages poured in on his live stream, asking, is Gan okay, and was that real? For a few hours, there was hope, but sadly, later that night, the news unfortunately broke that he had died from his injuries. And despite the emergency surgery that he was given, the stab wounds that he had received were simply catastrophic. Although his friend Lee spent several days in critical condition, he would eventually pull through. So physically, he recovered, but emotionally, that's another story. Meanwhile, Feng was obviously arrested on the spot.
Damn it!
Custody, where they then charged him with murder and attempted murder. So, circling back to our recurring theme here, Feng admitted that he had tracked Gan through his live stream and then struck him at the optimal time. In addition to this, it is also worth acknowledging that he has shown no remorse in his actions and doesn't deny them either. So, although he is yet to stand trial, he will very likely spend life behind bars. Meanwhile, the news of Gan's death dominated social media, and the story was so devastating that it even traversed language barriers and hit Western media.
What was that
One of the most talked about true crime cases in China, not simply because it was shocking, but because it was painfully deeply human. You have to understand that Gan's was not simply taken life, it shook an entire industry. To see someone killed in real time while streaming to tens of thousands of people is simply horrible.
Come on!
Harsh question into the spotlight.
What is?
How safe are content creators really? In China, where live streaming is absolutely massive and often a full-time job, this was a wake-up call. Influencers suddenly had to reckon with the dark side of internet fame, where clout, competition and envy aren't but have very real consequences too. For streamers, this was personal. Many admitted that they regularly shared their live locations without ever giving
so good.
something that Gan often did. But after this, well, that all seemed to change. Some began to call for stream delays or safer ways to film in public, this seeming to be the only possible solution so that they could not be tracked in real time. Unlike Western platforms, Chinese platforms seemed to scrub the footage almost immediately. Regulators were praised for their quick response, but all the same, they also used this moment to push for tighter conduct. Suddenly, the pressure wasn't only on creators, but on the platforms themselves. And unfortunately, this pressure is yet to be addressed by anyone.
Win.
And what about us, the viewers? How do we deal with the psychological impact of watching someone we know die live on camera? Well, shock and morbid curiosity aside, it is actually quite hard to tell. While some people say this merely
one more for him.
others say that they require therapy. What we do know is that live-streamed murders do seem to force us to confront the hard truths about our societies. Because, quite bluntly, there is no way around it. And I'm just going to put it out there, but, for example, it shines a harsh spotlight on Mexico's gender-based violence. All of these stories show the need for greater
Alright,
action.
let's do
With this
our...
investigation, I think that is the main thing to take away here. That all social media platforms require more moderation. Before I go, I think we need to take this moment to remember the lives lost in these stories. It is very easy to become numb to headlines, but we must not forget these people, all of which were taken in moments that the whole world was never meant to see. Valeria, Ari and Gan were more than just content creators. They all had full, complex and emotional lives beyond the screen. Lives that were cut short simply because they dared to share them online. And I think that's pretty much all I have today, folks. I just wanted to spark some discussion here because, honestly, this topic has been on my mind for a while. Before you go, I do have two questions for you. To begin with, do you think we can ever stop live-streamed violence from happening? And if not, what are the ways that we can curb or prevent it? This format was slightly different to the usual.
Alright, one
I'm
more.
trying to experiment with new things, and so it always helps if you let me know what you think. With all of that
Win
said, if you'd like
5.
to share your thoughts or opinions, please leave something in the comments down below. And also, if you'd like to support me in the channel, check out my Patreon here, or alternatively,
Is this a
social
squad?
media
Is this
here.
one squad
And look who's
battle
joined
zone?
me in the final moments.
Yeah, it's squad
I think all
battles.
of you are due a near update.
Kitty!
Anyway. Alright, I think that's me done for today.
Kitty!
Thank you so much for watching, I really do appreciate it. And as always, I'll see you again very soon in another video.
Be sure to check out the YouTube guys, check out the shorts, give them a watch, boost their views up. That'd be sick.
A guard, out of curiosity more than compassion, handed him a pencil and some paper. The man took it without a word. Over the next several weeks, he filled page after page with his memories, his thoughts, his crimes, his beliefs.
Oh yeah.
It would become one of the darkest
True
confessions
crime
in history. The man had no desire for pity, no illusions of redemption. He simply wanted the world to know what he had done, and why. That man was Carl Panzram, and what he wrote wasn't a cry for help. It was a manifesto of hate. Carl was born in 1891 in rural Minnesota.
Wow.
He was raised on a struggling farm in a time when children were expected to act like adults long before they were ready. His father left the family early on. His mother, burdened and exhausted, had little time or warmth to offer her son. By age 7, Carl was already getting into trouble. Petty thefts, fights, breaking into houses. By age 11, he was drinking. That same year, he was sent to a reform school for what authorities called incorrigible behavior. What happened in that school changed him forever. According to Carl, it was a place not of education, but of punishment, where discipline crossed into cruelty. The goal wasn't to help children, it was to break them. He would later describe the experience as the moment something inside him turned off. He stopped believing in people, stopped trusting anyone, and began to feel something darker take root. Resentment, and eventually, hatred. He once wrote, "I was taught how to lie, how to hate."
Alright, so what do we got?
By his teenage years, he was constantly on the run.
Jerria.
Jumping trains, stealing whatever he
One
could,
more.
getting arrested under fake names, then disappearing
Play
before
4,
authorities could
play
figure out
2,
who he was.
3,
He became a drifter, traveling from state to state.
So smash him out.
Always angry, always armed with a chip on his shoulder. But unlike most criminals, Carl wasn't stealing to survive. He stole because he enjoyed it. He broke into homes not just for the money, but for the thrill. And sometimes for revenge. One of his early targets was the home of a former US president. Yes, Carl broke into the home of William Howard Taft, stole money, valuables, and even a pistol. He later used the stolen funds to buy a boat, an actual yacht, which he used to cruise up and down the East Coast. But this boat wasn't for sightseeing. According to Carl, it became a mobile crime scene. He would lure people on board with promises of work or shelter,
What's his name?
only for them to vanish without a trace. Many of these disappearances were never connected to him at the time, but later he would describe them in vivid detail in his written confession. Over the years, Carl travelled far beyond the US.
There he is.
He drifted through Mexico, Europe,
we
and
need
Africa, always under different names.
1, 2,
In
3,
each new
4,
place, the pattern repeated.
5.
Theft, violence, then disappearance. He claimed to have committed crimes in at least 12 countries. Most were never verified, but the consistency of his stories, the
6.
specific locations,
So she's done.
the eerie timelines, they all suggest that at the very least, he wasn't fabricating everything. He was arrested numerous times, under dozens of aliases, but every time he was locked up, he found a way to escape. In one instance, He bent the metal bars of his jail cell using just his body weight and brute force.
What?
In another, he faked cooperation long enough to steal the keys from a guard. He was like a ghost, appearing in one city, vanishing the next, and with every escape, he seemed to grow bolder, more ruthless, and more committed to his personal mission, to cause as much chaos as possible. Eventually, though, even Carl ran out of luck. In 1928, after being arrested for burglary in Washington, D.C., he was finally identified and sentenced to a long prison term of 11 years. And this time, something was different. Maybe he knew he wouldn't get out. Maybe he didn't want to. He started to open up, not to the prison system, but to a young guard named Henry Lesser, who treated him like a human being. Henry gave him writing supplies and asked him to tell his story. What came out was more than just a memoir. It was a psychological profile of a man who had completely disconnected from society.
Jorgensen!
He wrote candidly, with no apologies. He described his crimes not as mistakes, but as choices. He explained how he had come to see life as a game of power, where causing pain was the only thing that ever made him feel alive. I don't believe in man, God, nor the devil, he wrote. I hate the whole damn human race. In one of the last chapters of his life, Carl committed a final act of violence inside the prison walls. A dispute with a staff member turned deadly, and Carl was sentenced to death.
Almost, yeah.
To appeal, he refused. When asked if he had any last words, he said something so cold and casual that even the guards were stunned. Hurry it up. I could have done this myself. On September 5th, 1930, Carl Panzer was executed by hanging. He was 39 years old. His story faded into obscurity for decades, until the manuscript he left behind was finally published. It's now regarded by criminologists and historians as one of the most unfiltered looks into the mind of a career criminal. What makes it so chilling?
I clipped it.
Carl did.
Think you're gonna do clip 30? Not sure.
He knew exactly what he had become.
Oh.
He chose it. He embraced it. What do we do with stories like his? It's easy to label Panzerin as pure evil.
Yeah, I think you gotta do clip
the layers. The story becomes more complicated and more unsettling. Here was a person shaped by cruelty, who became cruel in return.
Yeah.
A child hurt by systems that claim
maybe it's not working.
Who grew up to hurt others.
Didn't even work for me.
It's a cycle we still see today.
Thanks, mate.
In different forms, in different places. He claimed to have killed 21 people. Some believe the number is even higher. But Carl Panzerin didn't keep trophies. He didn't hide bodies. He didn't care if he got caught. He once said, "For all these things, I am not in the least bit sorry."
Not there.
Was that he hadn't killed more. In the early 1920s, as America was roaring with jazz clubs, prohibition, and the rise of the gangster, Carl Panzerin was operating like something far darker, an invisible predator slipping through cities like a shadow. He wasn't flashy. He wasn't looking for fame. He was driven by something like destruction for its own sake. There's one story, barely mentioned in official reports, that stuck with those who study his life. In 1920, somewhere near New York,
damn it!
Carl lured a young sailor to his yacht. The same yacht.
I will never be mod. Not asking you for being a mod, just saying.
Nah, you
was looking for work. Carl offered.
I don't think everyone can do it, or mods can only do it.
By morning, he was gone.
Jerry,
Carl claimed he killed him, tied a weight to the body, and dumped it into the Atlantic. When asked why, his answer was simple. That's what made Carl so terrifying. There was no pattern, no motive in the traditional sense. He He didn't kill out of passion or fear or even gain. He killed because he wanted to. He once bragged that his only pleasures in life were sexual assaults, robbery and murder. And he meant it. He sexually assaulted men. That part of his story is often left out because it's uncomfortable, too disturbing even for true crime. But Carl was clear about it. In his own words, he committed hundreds of assaults. He said it gave him power, control. He used sex as a weapon, and he saw no difference between physical violence and psychological terror. It was all the same colour. In Africa, he worked for a time as a labour overseer under an alias. What he did there is mostly guesswork, because local authorities didn't record crimes committed by foreigners in those days. But Carl claimed he once hired 6 local men to help with manual labour. He led them deep into the bush, shot each one in the back, and left their bodies for the animals. Why? Because he wanted to see if he could get away with it. And he did. He always did. That's what's so haunting about Carl Panzram. For almost 2 decades, moved through the world unchecked. America, Mexico, the UK, France, even parts of India. He left traces in all of them. Sometimes a stolen item, sometimes a body, but he always kept moving. Always under a new name, always just one step ahead.
Name Soxygamer, mate, not Boomer.
Supposed to catch men like him. And then there's the fire. One night in the early 1920s, Carl set an entire oil refinery ablaze in New Jersey, just because it made him angry to look at. He hated industry, he hated capitalism. He hated the idea that some men could live comfortably, while others, like him, were chewed up by the system.
What was that?
So he burned it down. No arrests.
No fucking way.
Suspects. The insurance company blamed faulty wiring. It was Carl. In his writings, there's a chilling passage where he talks about how easily he could have become something much bigger. He said if he'd had more education, more resources, he would have made explosives, planted bombs, and wiped out entire cities. Not for a cause, not for politics, just to watch the world burn. His world, not mine. He wrote, "If you people had what it takes to see the inside of me, you'd hang me 1,000 times." But maybe the most disturbing part of all this is that he wasn't insane. He wasn't delusional.
Jeez, we're missing everything.
His manuscript is articulate, deliberate. It's not the rambling.
God damn.
It's the manifesto of someone who knew exactly what he was doing and didn't care who got hurt. Some psychiatrists later speculated that he might have had antisocial personality disorder, maybe even psychopathy. But Carl rejected all that. He didn't blame his brain. He said, "I was no different than any other boy, but I was treated like an animal, and I became one." It's impossible to say how much of his story is true. Carl was a liar, by trade and by instinct. But the way he tells the story, the consistency, the detail, the lack of exaggeration in places where you'd expect it, it has the cold ring of truth. There's a passage where he talks about being whipped in reform school as a child, how they beat him with leather straps soaked in salt water, how they tie him to a wooden board and leave him in the basement for hours. He said the only thing he learned from school was how to hate the people who ran it. He once wrote, "Every time they beat me, I got tougher. Every time they punished me, I learned how to hide what I was becoming." And what he became was a storm, one man against the world. It's worth noting that Carl had no close friends, no partners, no gang. He worked alone, always. That's rare in the world of crime. Even the worst serial killers usually have someone they trust, someone who helps them hide. Carl had no one. He wanted no one. And in some twisted way, that made him even more dangerous. Even his final friendship, if you can call it that, was strange. Henry Lesser, the guard who gave him the pencil and paper, saw something human in him. Maybe he thought he could reach Carl, maybe even change him. But Carl made it clear he wasn't interested in changing. He only wrote because it gave him something to do before he died. And yet, he did open up. He told Henry things he'd never told anyone else. That's why the manuscript exists. It was written in secret, over several months, while the other prisoners rotted in their cells. Carl would scratch his thoughts out late at night, then hide the pages under his mattress. When he filled one sheet, Henry would smuggle in another, and slowly, Carl built a document unlike anything else in American criminal history. A raw, unfiltered account of one man's descent into
it's not
total
working.
nihilism.
It's not working.
It ends with a line that has haunted readers for decades. He wrote, "I have no desire to reform myself. My only desire is to reform people who tried to reform me." He didn't believe in good, or evil, or redemption. To him, the world was a meat grinder, and he was just playing his part. So what do we do with stories like Carl Panzram's? Most people never heard about him. He doesn't get documentaries. He's too brutal for pop culture, too messy for redemption arcs. But his story matters because it's real, because it shows what happens when a child is thrown away, when every institution that's supposed to protect you instead breaks you, and because it proves that sometimes the monsters we fear are the ones we create. Carl wasn't a product of the underworld. He wasn't some mythical beast. He was born on a quiet farm in Minnesota. He was a child once. He liked dogs. He played in fields. Then life taught him that trust was weakness and kindness was bait. And he listened. At the end of his life, standing at the gallows, the prison chaplain asked him to repent. Carl spat in his face. The hangman asked if he had any last words. Carl looked him in the eye and said, "Yes, hurry it up, you Hoosier scum. I could kill 10 men while you're fooling around." And then, the trapdoor opened. He died exactly how he lived, defiant, angry, and utterly alone. In the sweltering backroads of South Carolina, where the soil is red, the swamps never sleep, and secrets rot deeper than the roots, a child came into the world like a curse. March 1933. 6 weeks premature, barely breathing. Donald Henry Gaskins. Nobody celebrated. He wasn't wrapped in blankets or kissed on the forehead. He was tossed into life like trash into the ditch. Just another unwanted mouth in a shack that already had too many. They didn't call him Donald, not with pride. They called him Junior, like an afterthought. A placeholder for a boy nobody planned to keep. His mother, Eula, treated him like a stain that wouldn't wash out. His father, just a name she couldn't remember or wouldn't say. Gaskins learned early that crying got you hit, and hunger got you nothing. He grew up barefoot, bug-bitten and mean, running wild through the pines like a stray dog, sleeping under porches, stealing scraps, and staring at the world with eyes that didn't blink. There was no warmth, no bedtime stories, no chance. By the time he'd learned to talk, he'd already figured something out. In this world, you're either the one getting hurt or the one doing the hurting. And Junior Gaskins, he chose early. He would never be the victim again. By the age of 5, Junior had tasted every kind of neglect a child could know. He was beaten, mocked, starved, and forgotten. But he didn't cry. Not anymore. Somewhere in the long hours of hunger and hiding, something in Junior twisted into something hard. Not tough, cruel. He began to hurt animals, not out of anger, out of curiosity. He wanted to know what pain looked like when it stopped fighting. By age 11, Junior had dropped out of school and joined a gang of other outcast boys. They robbed farms, stole cars,
Where's
beat
you?
up drunks outside bars, and sometimes, when they were feeling extra brave, they assaulted women working the fields. For Junior, it wasn't about money, it was about control, and it was the first time he felt respected. The trouble was, Donald Gaskins wasn't. He was only 5'4" when full grown, with a skinny frame and darting eyes. People laughed at him, underestimated him, and he hated them for it. He learned to get respect not through his fist, but through fear. When he was 15, he hit another boy in the head with a hatchet during a robbery gone wrong. The boy lived barely. Junior was sentenced to reform school, and that's where he learned what true hell looked like. In those cement barracks, surrounded by older, stronger boys, Junior was no longer the predator. He was prey. He was beaten, humiliated, sexually assaulted. And he made a vow right there, laying in his own blood on the reformatory floor. I will never be a victim again. When he was released at 17, something about him had changed. He smiled more, but never with his eyes. He got a job, got married, but it never lasted. He was in and out of jail, mostly for theft and fraud. But inside those prison walls, he began building something more terrifying than anyone could guess. He started dreaming of his coastal kills, secret murders along the Carolina highways, victims no one would notice, crimes without consequence, the perfect crime over and over. In 1955, Gaskins murdered a
I'm at 16 minutes, I'm getting off guard.
an insurance scam and buried her in a shallow grave. It was...
Alright, you ready?
It's time!
Yeah! Let's go! Oh, baby! Yes! Let's go! Good! Oh shit, clip's not gonna work. Why isn't the clip working, man? $90 plus pick. got to clip it on Kick as well. Save it? So good. Oh, is that one of the road to the final? It's not the actual final cut? Oh no. One. Just one. Yeah. Alright. I'm gonna head to bed, guys. Thanks for watching. And we'll catch you on the next one. I'm gonna upload some clips, so be sure to check out Twitter. Not Twitter, YouTube. Be sure to check out YouTube. Appreciate you. Kai, thanks Kai. Thanks for coming in, mate. Have a good one. Catch ya!